Hey,
Yay.
hey you. Oh,
back.
uh,
Welcome back.
yep.
All right, I'm just going to
And
get this presented so we can do this. It says there's 4 people, but I don't see anybody in chat right yet. So I'll give it a
join
minute.
us. Join us in chat. I like hearing everybody's opinions.
So, Jamie, what you've seen so far of this trial,
Right.
if you were to give it, oh, sorry, hello, welcome to the new location tonight. Um, if you were to give this just from what you know about it right now, what would you say?
Ooh, you know, that's hard because, I was kind of occupied while I was doing that today. But I think it's going to be hard on them considering the fact that there is no body. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I can say that it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I'm interested to see how the defense is going to go about this.
And I think both prosecution and defense have no bloody idea how to do this case. That's just my so far.
Is that as I'm stumbling over my words? I'm so sorry. Is that how you're seeing it so far? Because when they were doing their opening statements, I missed some of it. And so I wasn't really grasping exactly where they were coming from. It didn't seem like the prosecution, you know how I feel about the prosecution in Boone's case and what I was saying about them the whole time. And this prosecution also didn't really grab my attention like they are there for the fight. It just seems like, okay, let's do this. We've got to do this.
Yeah, so I don't find that the prosecution is grabbing my attention. The defense I just think is so far, like I said, this was day one and I didn't review the whole trial. I've just started going over some of it. The defense is just all over, in my opinion, right now. That might change when I see the whole thing, but as of right now, I was just like, oh my God, this is absolutely absurd. We've got 4 people watching.
Yeah, Rochelle, do you want to go ahead and let them know about how we go about chats so that everybody can feel a little more welcome to say hi and
Yeah, everybody is welcome in chat. We, what
oh,
is it?
Armand.
Hello. Hello, Armand. How are you, my friend? What is the trial about? So this trial, Armand, is um a young man is missing. They can't say he's murdered. They can't say anything because they haven't found the body. They're just assume that he is unalived. And the other young man that is being accused of this, Sheldon Timothy Herrington Jr., who is accused of this, was charged 2 weeks after they didn't find the last time somebody spoke to the young man. Oh, so it's how do you say this?
It's going to be a hard case for the prosecution to prove without a body. But so far, again, like you said, it was 2 weeks after not being able to find him that they went ahead and charged this guy. And I'm not going to say that this guy didn't do anything. I'm just saying, it almost seems like they kind of rushed to it. But we'll see. Let's see how it unfolds.
So also this young man was gay that is missing aka unalived. So far from what I've seen of this trial, it is a bit of a shit show. And some of the language that's used in this trial is crazy. Some of the terms that have been used are crazy. And I'm just, it grabbed my attention, but it's not because of the prosecutor or the defense. It's because of the story. So it just started today. So I figured we'd review today and then we'll follow the trial every day. So hopefully, well, at least I think it's going to be quite a wild trial, a long trial, because the fact is they don't have a body.
Do we have a witness list? Do we know how many witnesses the prosecution,
So
the defense?
far that I have watched, there's been 4 witnesses so far.
Right. Yeah, so far, and that's on day one. So they're pushing through the witnesses pretty quickly, though. That's why I'm asking how many witnesses you think that they have.
Well, the witness that I'm at right now, number 4, is actually quite long. Quite long. So
I just got to him.
yeah.
Anyway.
It's huge. So we're gonna follow it. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna follow it. Hi, Leah. How are you, my friend?
Hi, Leah.
Welcome to the new location tonight. You are in my living room tonight because I just did not want to sit in that at the desk.
Hi,
So,
Claudia.
hi, Claudia. That's actually Crimes Untangled. How are you tonight, my friend? So I just thought, we'll do it from my couch tonight.
Her new location. Watch her not want to change. You're
Jakey
like, I
is
don't want to move it.
yeah, Jakey is sound asleep beside me. Thought he was going to take over the show, but he didn't. So, well, we've got people here, so we might as well start.
And let the show begin.
We'll start. Bear with me because I got a new layout here. Get cozy because I'm going to and start the trial.
But despite that, he invited Jay back over with the promise that he was going to do something he never done. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see how the police traced Jay to that apartment. You will see that when Jay gets there, he lets Timothy know he's there. But right before Jay gets to his apartment, when he's headed over, right before he gets there, mere minutes, Timothy searches how long does it take to strangle someone. The evidence will further show that Jay never left that apartment on his own. Ladies and gentlemen, the detectives will tell you how they discovered Timothy was a suspect. They will tell you what he did the day after, the same day after. We're going to walk through all the evidence. And they're going to tell you how we know that Jay is no longer alive. In preparing to speak to you all today, I was looking at some quotes and reading some things like I do, and I saw something and it said, "The rest is silence." Because I was thinking, what makes up a life? Jay's death is in silence. No more financial transactions. No more social media posts. No more contacts with his mother, not checking up on her, not on her birthday. No more contact with his dogs. No more anything. The plans for grad school to move, the dreams, all proof that Jay is no longer with us. in that proof, that is how you know that we must seek justice. And at the conclusion of the evidence, I'm going to come back before you. And I'm going to ask that you provide the only verdict that justice will demand. And it's going to be guilty. Thank you.
Wow, that was short.
Everybody good on jury? Officer, back, I want to see if anybody out there this started the show would like to come in. I want to ask you, well, this song, anybody coming and going on come, then we having breaks. But if anybody out there that wants to come in now or leave now, they can do so. And you wish to make a opening statement this time, Mr. Hoban? Well, go ahead and be getting warmed up anyway. Be tuning up, okay? Just see if there's anybody there. All right. Once you out, you out. Once you in, you in.
I proceed, John.
It is, Claudia. It's very nice. I love the accent.
Go ahead. You done your
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to tell each one of y'all, some of y'all sitting on this jury today, just one more answer to a question from the judge or counsel still being Hattiesburg family. One question will make it easy for each one of y'all. At least some of them have answered the question in different ways, and you wouldn't be in Mississippi. And I appreciate the fact that each one of y'all found your way out of the room to do for the citizens of the state of Mississippi and the people of
Hey, Irene.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the council opposite talked about as far as what they anticipate showing you in their case. First of all, I recall Streetmore using an old, what we call common law term of embezzlement. That is, tricking somebody to come over, or a child, normally it's in the case of children at a park or something, get a child. We don't have to take them anywhere else. Take with them at that point in time. Technically, heist is the kidnapping. Now, I noticed that they didn't mention anything about the kidnapping aspect. They've got to prove that, Your Honor. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, they have got to prove that. That means that during the course of what they claim they're going to put into evidence, certain messages, conversations between Jay Lee and my client, they got to establish that happened. Because if that didn't happen, the rest of their case
Elizabeth.
goes like a house of cards.
Snow's coming.
You're going to, assuming the court allows any of this messaging and social media evidence in, or you're going to hear that approximately 2:03, 2:04 in the morning, Jay Lee reached out, assuming it comes in, evidence, to this Herrington. And I implore you to find anything in what they provided to us that supports the proposition that there was any threat or anything in those messages that my client threatened him in any way.
I thought you were talking about me, Leah.
I don't doubt, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear evidence about how David's mother loved him. I'm not saying he was a bad.
Armand says social media. According to Bloody Boone, we have blood on our monitors and our keyboards. And according to Sarah Boone, we are social media is a crime organization
So welcome to the family.
with coffee. Just saying. And social media plays a big role in this case so far. Oh, how did you see him? He's asleep right here. Can you see him? No.
We've seen him before, though.
Oh, yeah. He'll make an appearance later. I moved my whole computer system, everything out to the living room so I could be comfy tonight. You are holding it. No, I'm holding my snuggly blanket. It's winter. That's why I said tonight is get comfy. So
Winter
that's
for
what I'm
some of
doing.
you, not winter for me.
We are in for a massive snowstorm tomorrow, so I probably won't be working just in case it has happened. But we'll get back to this. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to say, and I'll say again, hello, Elizabeth. Hello, Irene. Just because if you didn't hear me.
Bad person, certainly not. The court's going to instruct you at the conclusion of this case that you cannot allow sympathy or emotion come into play here. You consider what she says as evidence. But y'all have got to decide this case on facts. And what you're going to hear is nothing about a threat in shape, form, or fashion from my client.
Same here.
And you're not going to hear
Blonde.
that he searched anything about strangling anybody, that he gathered any information for that purpose. Now, I'm going to say this. Tell by the board hour yesterday, these are touchy subjects for everybody to get involved in. It doesn't matter whether or not it's heterosexual conduct or otherwise. Talking about the creases of the night, late hours, about two consenting adults, what they're doing late at night, it's just touchy. Hard to board hour, hard to talk to George about it. People that have never met before. But I say that because nothing against the young man, but there's going to be a lot of information I think you're going to hear about Mr. Lee's conduct prior to this night and the manner in which he conducted himself.
What do you think?
I'm not passing judgment on the young man. Those are facts. You cannot abandon your sense of responsibility. That's what they're going to ask you to do. Worry about the facts. Worry about compassion. Worry about sympathy. Things that occurred in his life, it was not unusual for him to be going out in the middle of the night. I think evidence going to show. I didn't make these things up. It's going to be stuff that the state provided to us. Okay?
Okay.
The way it is.
Let me see that silly man.
He did go over. According to what I anticipate the state is going to present to you. And again, assuming that the judge allows that evidence to come in, it over my clients.
Thank you, Claudia. He's a doll. So, Armand, the supposed motive is that the young man being accused of this is gay, but nobody knows. So the young lad that was unalived or missing, however, because there's no body, they're saying he unalived him because to keep his secret. That's what the motive is. That's what they're saying the motive is.
unannounced. No evidence otherwise. Not that they provided unless they're going to give it to us during the course of this trial. It'll be the first time I've heard it. You're not going to hear anything during the course of their conversations about any argument. In fact, again, I keep saying it, assuming the state gets it prevented, Jay Lee makes a comment, makes you think he sins. If this goes bad, it's not going to be good for you. I'm going to read that. Again, assuming it gets that far. Now, let's talk a little bit about what the state's required to prove and what I don't think their evidence is going to show. Proof of the death. First of all. Proof of any death whatsoever. 0. DNA evidence, blood, urine, trace evidence whatsoever. What counsel opposite told you that we don't have a body, not only do they not have a body, ladies and gentlemen, they don't have one scintilla. That means anything in legal terms. First of all, that a death occurred in Lafayette County if it did occur. Second of all, any trace evidence in his apartment, their own proof that they say they're going to put on, and went over there twice, apparently engaged in sexual activity on 2 separate occasions, according to their proof. 0. I'm not saying speculatively, it is their proof that a crime was ever committed inside our client's apartment, or in the parking lot, or in his car, or in JD's car. Nowhere. I remember yesterday when counsel, Mr. Creekmore, I've known a long time, he said, ladies and gentlemen, we think we're going to have a gamut of opportunities to find Mr. Herrington guilty of murder, manslaughter. What they're expecting you to do is to allow them to throw something up against the wall, hope it sticks, and you decide, hey, that's the proof you're going to hear. Jason.
That's what I say, Claudia.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to hear anything that supports a finding of a killing or a death. Period. You're going to hear some conversations between 2 young guys. Like I told y'all yesterday, I've got 7 kids. These kids nowadays send stuff back and forth to each other. That's what happened here. You're not going to find anything supporting whatsoever that inside his apartment anything untoward occurred. And finally, and probably most importantly, I want you to listen to a lot of the things during the course of this investigation that didn't occur. I'm going to say it now, I'm going to repeat myself. 22,000 documents we've had provided and discovered, 7 law enforcement agencies, 71 search warrants, 71. And if they're going to be honest with you during the course of this presentation, when Miss Lee came up here and came to the University Police Department, they covered their whole department. Everybody got involved in this investigation. Our police department then got involved in it. They inquired with the FBI, Grenada County Sheriff's Department. 71 search warrants. And they haven't recovered not one bit of direct evidence
Holy crap.
to support this case. And I challenge the prosecution,
That's insane, guy.
the Austin Police Department, Ryan Baker, nice fella. Shane Portman, nice fella. Challenge them to say we have one bit of direct evidence. You can't go on conjecture. You can't go on speculation. You can't go on suspicion. Guesswork, wonderment, all those things you can't do. It's got to be factual. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation or this search that she made reference to about strangling, we don't have any idea what the context of that may have been about. And they're not going to be establishing the context. That could have been something that my client was talking about, some sexual activity with a lady or even Jay Lee. Who knows? Someone else. Or not else. You're not going to find that he ever acted any evidence in that apartment. He acted in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that at the conclusion of this case, you're going to have just as many questions then as you do right now about whether or not they proven the debt. You will, in my opinion, and I submit to you, you will not be satisfied if they establish that. Only the verdict that you can return is going to be not guilty, not the manslaughter, not the second degree, not the murder, certainly not the capital murder, or any of them. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury,
71 search warrants, and he is implying that nothing was found with 71 search warrants. Can you imagine if that's the case?
Have we ever had a case? I'm trying to think of any other case where they've had to have 70, like even 50 search warrants. That's an insane amount of search warrants just trying to dig for absolutely any like shred of like a fiber or anything that you can find.
Well, basically, like he just said there, it's like they've got a thing of spaghetti and they're throwing it up against the wall and hoping something sticks.
Exactly. It's bizarre. I've never seen that.
No, and Irene says, oh dear, this is going to be rough. I don't think MS is a very LGBT friendly state. I feel so bad for people living with that fear just to be themselves. And no matter what side, right? No matter the side, because majority of the witnesses are LGBT. The young lad missing, LGBT. Now, the defendant, so far, I don't know for a fact, but it's
his mom does describe. Wait, did you say the defendant or the
defendant.
The person? Okay, I thought you said the person missing. I was gonna say, well, we know his mom does say he's flamboyant.
Oh no, yeah, but they all say that, yeah, he was out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ugly all around. So it's almost like say the jury didn't agree to this lifestyle. I'm saying that I have nothing against anybody. Almost all of the witnesses for the prosecution or state are LGBT. So it's I don't know if it'll be decided on that. Too early to tell, but the prosecutor gets up, which just shocks me. Very, very little, she says. Then the defense gets up and throws all this stuff out. Instantly. I missed it. I missed it before where they said 71 search warrants. I was like, as soon as I heard that, I'm like, oh, That's a lot. Sorry, guys. We'll get back to it.
Don't get caught. You're not gonna be there long anyway. Somebody find what rat's in the attic and get rid of it anyway.
What
I
rats
don't
in
know
the
what's going
attic?
on up there, but get that stopped anyway.
Did he just say somebody find out what rats in the attic?
Yeah, the rats in the attic.
Oh Lord. Don't we watch a lot of cases without direct evidence? Sarah Boone had direct evidence.
Adelsons have a lot of direct evidence. I'm trying to think.
Do you think?
They have a lot. Well, they have everything tying them all together in on it.
I
So
think
between the calls, the messages, the undercover guy, and the evidence of GPS and all of they have a lot of that evidence. They don't have obviously they don't have a gun in Charlie's hand because Charlie didn't have a gun. But well, he had a gun, but not one he used in this, or not in this, but in that.
Oh, he was proud of his gun.
I know, that's why I'm saying, well, he did have a gun, but not used in that.
Charlie Adelson used his gun a lot. Woo! There goes the rails, guys. Melody Ferris, there was no direct evidence. So, Claudia, you're right. There's a lot of cases without direct evidence, but I don't even see. I'm so I just from right at this point, from what I saw, I don't know how they convict this young lad. I don't. Armand says, I'm so mad at Boone's statement, cursed so much and invented new curse words. Oh, Armand, I told you. It was that. We could do a whole show just on her statement. Just on her statement alone. Take out all the rest of the stuff. When did this happen? So this was, bear with me, I'll get the dates. So, did you see Dr. G do a breakdown of Sarah? Yeah.
Oh. So
he disappeared July 2022. Lee's body has never been found. Timothy was arrested 2 weeks after. I have not been able to find if he's been in custody the whole time. So they said the prosecution team says Lee was very active on social media but went silent around 7 a.m. on July 8th, which unfortunately you'll find out is his mother's birthday. Timothy is charged with capital murder, which requires an underlying felony, in this case, kidnapping. Let me just see. Because I couldn't find if he was if he's been in jail this whole time or not. We'll go back to this. And we'll we're just going to skip all the sidebars.
Are we ready for our first witness? Well, everybody get Debbie back up and we'll get started. Okay. We,
We got them all back.
we can get Mr. Freeport back, we'll get.
Armand says, another thing I am puzzled by is Saint Sarah donating her kidney. Which moron wants to have a single cell of Sarah in their body? Does anybody think her kidneys would be? I thought it was liver.
Is liver that's damaged by alcohol?
Okay. But this person is a pen pal to Sarah in jail. Never met her once. A pen pal. Basically the same way I'm writing a certain person. Do you think on God's green earth I would stand up and be a character witness? Come on, girlfriend. I hope she watches our show because you need help. You need help. Leah says, I know I watched it again and was so disgusted. Pretty sure everyone is. The interview with Owens when he was leaving the courthouse was ridiculous. Irene, her kidneys are no doubt bad as well. Guaranteed. Yeah, and there's like no body, so far no evidence that anybody has alluded to yet. It's going to be an interesting case, guys. Her brain is overpickled. Oh, that girl. I told you that statement. With her history of drinking, she would not be suitable to donate an organ. No. How easy is it when you're on a tablet talking to some random person you do not even know? And then all of a sudden, oh, I'll donate you a kidney, but I'm in here.
I'll donate a kidney to you. All you have to do is come to court and give a character statement for me. Let them know how good of a person I really am. I'm so selfless and giving.
And how she's so good to people in there, helping them with their legal papers. Oh, Leah. Hope she never donated blood. Can you imagine? Ugh. Oh, I know, Armand. That just done me. I'm so glad Sarah forgives me. Please, no. I don't want Sarah's blood on my keyboard. Oh, maddening. Just put money on my books and I'll say what you want to hear. Yep. Claudia says, right, true crime was untangled. It's so funny.
It's disturbing.
To me it was really funny yesterday to hear that woman talking about how good a friend. You've never seen her. You've never talked to her in person. You talked to her on a tablet. How good a friend she is.
But come on, Rochelle. That's all a lonely person needs.
I know, but here's the funny thing, guys. We got to watch this trial. But here's the funny thing about this. And anybody that's lurking, this is Crime and Coffee, and we tend to go off the rails here, and that's okay.
So join us.
I received a message a couple days ago And when I heard Sarah talking about, and people talking about how helpful she is and how she's doing this and doing that, guys, wait till you hear this. It made me freaking laugh. I'm like, but we'll watch this and then I'll read it to you. So we got to get through this because they're going to be tomorrow too. I'm just going to get us to the next witness because
Ready, Mr. Creekmore?
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody get together back up anyway. Show the jury in.
now, okay. If one of these young men had been a football player, I bet you this would have been a different case.
You guys can call me Jamie because I know Crimes Untangled is a long one to type or to write out.
The only objections I had to the remainder of the list.
We'll deal with those objections. You're not waiving anything. Well, Ms. Lee, face the court reporter there and be sworn in, please.
So this is his mom. This is the missing gentleman's mom.
When I first saw her, I thought she was like a sister or a friend because she looks so young.
Armand, that you're so true on that one, Armand.
That's funny.
You can sit here and do it when we get to that point. You can sit here and do it when we get to that point. Yeah.
We're not used to having good microphones around here. We do today. Keep that in mind. The mics are hot as a firecracker anyway when you're trying to have any conversations.
The mics are hotter than firecrackers.
All right. She's been sworn. All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Lee, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Stephanie Lee. I'm the mother of Jimmy Dale Lee III.
And you said you're the mother of Jimmy Dale J. Lee III?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did J. Lee like, what did he like to be called?
Jay.
Okay. Is that what y'all refer to him as?
Yes, ma'am. He's always wanted to be called Jay since early on.
You could tell me where are you from, Miss Lee?
I'm Jackson, Mississippi.
And is that where Jay was raised?
Yes, born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi.
So did he go to high school in Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. Started off at Oak Forest Elementary, then went later on, went to Southwell Middle School and Forest Hill, where he graduated from Forest Hill.
All right, can everybody hear on him?
Well, can y'all hear? All right. I'm calling the first judge.
And when did Jay graduate?
2019.
And can you tell us a little bit about his schoolwork? Was he a good student?
Jay was very outgoing. In ninth grade, Jay started doing IB classes, international ed classes, so that he can advance his career. He then later proceeded to do IB classes. Once he did IB classes, went on to Jim Hill to do another accessory program to advance careers. Jay graduated at the top of his class, top 10 of his class. His dream was to come here to Ole Miss to complete his education in social work and a minor in business.
So did he eventually come to Ole Miss?
Eventually, yes, Jay's decision said, I want to go to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is my choice. And I said, okay, that's where you want to go. And we got everything set up and got moved down here. And he said, Mom, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to get my bachelor's degree within 3 years. I said, okay, you're going to do that? He said, yeah, I got everything set up. He graduated early in high school. Said, so I'll be able to complete college within 3 years instead of 4 years. And Jay did come down here and complete that, make that happen.
So when did he come to Oxford to go to Ole Miss? What year?
Coming this summer right after graduation.
So would that be about 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did he graduate from Ole Miss?
I think it was 2020.
Was it the same year he went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
So would 2022 be around the right time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Lee, if you could tell me, what did Jay major in at Ole Miss?
Social work with a minor in business.
And did you attend his graduation?
Yes, me, my mother, his sister, his dad, my other daughter and her family.
Would that have been around May 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
You said, if you tell me, how many siblings, other children do you have?
4. It's a total 4. It's 3 others.
And where is Jay in that line?
Jay is my baby.
And how much older are his siblings?
7 to 8 years older.
So when Jay went to college, who paid for his college?
His dad did a majority of the payments.
So did Jay, how was Jay financially supported while in school?
His father.
And is that your husband?
Yes, ma'am. Both of us contribute, me and his father.
So after Jay graduated with social work degree, do you know what his plans were?
He's bachelor's, so his plans was to go back to next fall to complete his master's.
And do you remember what apartment Jay lived in? Or
Campus Walk. Campus Walk.
And is that on Ole Miss campus?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was like student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go a little bit more. What about Jay's car? Like, how did Jay get around?
When he first came down to Ole Miss, one of the cars that we already had purchased early on, many years, he drove that here so that he could have transportation. But later on, he came to me and his father and said, Mom, I see this car that I want. Can your dad get it for me? So we proceeded to get it for him.
And what kind of car was that?
A Ford Fusion, 2015 Ford Fusion.
And so you all bought that for Jay?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember how Jay felt about his car?
Loved his car, loved it. He proceeded to put electronics in it and order things off the internet and put things in it and to make it his own.
And do you know if he borrowed it out or let people drive it?
No, ma'am, never would do it.
Would it be fair to say he was protective of that car?
Very much so.
You said earlier that he came here. Did Jay have any pets or animals?
Yes, ma'am. Jay had Lexus. Lexus is a family dog that we had early on.
So about when did the family get Lexus?
It's been we had the dog about 13 years, about 10 to 13 years.
And how old was Jay when he went missing?
20.
Mm-hmm. So we had about 15 years. He had it for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where was this dog? Was it with you all?
Came down here with Jay in Oxford.
So he lived with his dog on student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about how that transpired.
So the first year Jay came down, Jay was like, Mom, I gotta have Lexus. I want Lexus here with me. And I said, well, you can't have the dog at school, I don't think. He said, Mom, I think it can happen. I think it can be made happen. So Jay got with the counselors and everything, and then next fall that he's completed school and campus walk, Jay was allowed to bring Lexus here with them.
And kind of describe, like, what kind of dog is Lexus?
A Pomeranian.
Oh.
So, in July 2022, where did Lexus live?
With Jay.
I want you to tell me a little bit about Jay's financial situation. Did Jay have any credit cards?
Yes, only early on in life, when Jay was in junior high, his dad proceeded to get him a credit card to start establish credit for him. So yes, Jay had a credit card in 7th or 8th grade.
Wow.
And what was his credit like?
I'm an 800.
To object to anything up to this point in time, I would say the relevance as line of question at this time.
Still here, guys. Just gonna.
I'm gonna overrule your
Stop
case.
for a
I think
second.
they're laying a foundation for the case, and I'm going to.
Y'all know why.
I
You
was
said
gonna
he
tease
had
you.
credit cards. So who paid the credit cards?
His father.
I watched so
So
much.
who funded
I
Jay's
know
life, would
now.
it be fair to say?
Myself and his father.
Well, Leah, I can guarantee her heart's damaged.
I want to go back to July 8th, 2022. Is that day significant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why that day is significant to you.
That's my birthday, July 8th.
Okay. And what about July 8th, 2022? Did anything else happen that day?
Yes, July 8th, 2022 it's a hard day to not forget. That was my birthday, and Jay would call me every year on my birthday to sing happy birthday, no matter what time it was. So around that time, about 2:00 in the morning, I was asleep, and he texted me and said it was your birthday.
So before we go any further, I want to backtrack a little bit. You said every year he would call you to sing happy birthday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your relationship with Jay. How often did you all talk?
Every day.
And when you say every day, was that because you called him every day? He called you? What happened?
That was every day. We both was been daily calling each other. He would communicate with me about school, what's going on. We would talk about work and different things of life expect. And it was not a day that would go by that we would not communicate with each other.
And when you say communicate, do you mean text or phone call, just phone calls?
Phone calls.
And more than once a day or just once a day?
I would talk to Jay 2 or 3 times a day when I get up in the morning, and in the evening on my way home from work, before I go to bed at night. It was a touch base at all times.
And he would reach out to you too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so let's go back to July 8th. You said it was your birthday, and I believe you said that you got a text at 2 a.m., but you didn't get it. When did you receive Jay's text message?
So I woke up about maybe in the 4:00 hour, and I went into his room. I don't know what led me there, but I went into his room, and I looked at my phone, and I seen that he had texted me at 2. But Jay holds a job also here, and so I said, okay, I won't call him back now because maybe he's sleeping. I'll get back in communication with him a little while. By the time I think he'd get up for work.
So you said Jay holds a job. Well, before that, you went to his room. Where were you located?
I was in Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay. And that's where you currently still live?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said he had a job. What job did he have?
Mental health program here. It was his internship. He was doing his interns within a mental health program here.
Was that for like class credit?
Yes, ma'am.
So jump back in. You said that you went to his room. You thought, I'm not going to bother him. Did you ever try to reach out to him again?
I kind of nodded off a little bit, trying to give him enough time to get up. But in the morning at 7 o'clock, because me and his dad was getting ready to travel because it was my birthday. So I kind of like responded to a text where he's a happy face to let him know that I received his text because, not sure if he was getting up for work or whatever he was going to be doing. So we were in the process of getting ready to go out of town to Biloxi, Mississippi, and I gave him a text back with a smiley face.
What were you expecting?
I was suspecting his call at that point because of him knowing that I'm up. Okay, the first thing he's gonna do, hey mama, it's your birthday, happy birthday, I love you.
And that was every year he called you and saying that?
Yes.
And did you get a response?
No, I did not.
And about what time was this?
It was in the 7 o'clock hour. So when I did not receive that response.
And you're talking about AM or PM?
AM.
Okay. So go on. When you didn't receive that response, what did you do?
I kind of brushed it off a little bit, saying maybe he was sleeping because he had been up earlier on texting me. So I said, okay, maybe he's sleeping. He'll get in touch with me as soon as possible. So me and his dad proceeded to go out of town.
So what were your plans for that day?
My plans was my husband was taking me out for my birthday when he was going to drive down to Biloxi for my birthday.
But how long does it take to get from Jackson to Biloxi?
Roughly about 3 hours.
So you tried to call him, he didn't answer.
Yes, in the process of going down there, I hadn't received a call, and that wasn't normal. And I was driving down there, I was looking at his location. I said, it's not like Jay not to call me, all days he's gonna call me, but like when we travel and he would call, hey, I see you all are here, I see you all are there, where are you going,
And how would he see you or places? You saying, I see you all are here, I see you all are there. What are you referring to?
We shared these locations. He had my location, I had his location.
And this was using your phone?
The iPhones, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you said you checked his location. When you checked his location, what did you see?
When I first seen his location, when I first checked his location, he was just showing he was at Campus Walk, his apartment. And that was early on. And so, like I said, we proceeded to go on out of town. And once we proceeded to go on out of town, during the trip, I just told my husband, I said, I hadn't heard from Jay. This is not normal. I said, Jay would have called, and which my husband knows already too. He said, that's strange. He ain't called. I said, yes, he had to call. I hadn't heard from the early on text. And I was just worried the whole trip down there. So we proceeded to go on down there. And we got to our destination, and I just continued to try and call Jay periodically throughout the day and didn't get a response.
And so after trying to call him and not getting a response, what did you do?
It was later on in the evening. So
this is still July 8th?
Yes, ma'am, it's still July 8th.
Later on in the evening.
It was later on in the evening, and I told my husband, I said, I'm just puzzled. I'm not content with not being able to communicate with him. And he said, baby, what we'll do, we'll lay here tonight and we'll go to Oxford first thing in the morning. And that's what we did.
And did you reach out to anyone in Oxford?
I did. In the process of that, I made a number of calls to Oxford PD doing wellness check. I called periodically the day of July 8th, probably 9-10 times, maybe more, I'm not sure, but I kept calling and telling them that I needed them to go and do a wellness check with my baby.
So on July 8th, you did report that you were worried about him to authorities in Oxford?
Yes, ma'am.
Can't even imagine.
So I believe you said that night, did y'all stay in Biloxi? Kind of go back through that.
Yes, ma'am, we did. We stayed there. And in the process of staying there, this is when his location went off, like someone discarded his phone whereby had a star up there where I couldn't see his location. So I proceeded to call, I knew that he communicated with Jose. So I reached out to my oldest child and I said, can you communicate with Jose? Can you find his number on Instagram or somewhere so maybe he can go over to the apartment to see if he see Jay car or something, what's going on, because they can't contact Jay. So in the process of this, Taylor communicated with Jose. Jose went over to the apartment and he communicated back with us and said, well, Mama Lee, I hear the dog in the house. I hear Lexus there. And Jay wouldn't leave Lexus too often because Jay take Lexus everywhere he go. And I hear the dog in the apartment, but I don't see Jay's car. And also Jay shared locations with Jose here too. And also Jay's shared locations.
You don't care. She just keeps going.
Hearsay as to what?
I can't even imagine not knowing where your child is and not even if your son is
All right, what's?
passed away,
Your Honor,
still
we're
doesn't
not
have
offering this.
closure. She doesn't have
One,
anybody.
state
know.
didn't elicit any of that, but two, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. We're offering it to show why she was calling up to Oxford for a welfare check, how she's getting into they're gonna go up to
Leah.
Oxford. It's not being
She's
offered
brave,
to say that she was
strong,
or wasn't
brave.
there, but for the effect on Miss Lee.
Limited, very limited, okay?
Is there a way we could get her some water or something?
Just imagine though, just say he's found not guilty. This poor woman is being put through this. Like the prosecution, if they don't have anything, shame on them for putting her through this.
Thank you.
Make my objection clear, that she wasn't objecting to the fact that she reacted on behalf of the conversation, it's just whether or not the hearsay I understand it for through. We're limited.
We're gonna move on from that line of question anyway.
That poor woman.
So, Ms. Lee, without going into what anyone said, did you, this point we were, you checked with Jose. Who is Jose?
Jose is Jay's friend.
And after hearing from Jose and not hearing back from Jay, what did you and your husband do next while in Biloxi?
We packed up our bags and we packed our bags and we drove across from Biloxi, Mississippi, all the way here to Oxford, Mississippi.
And when you got here, did you go to Jay's apartment?
We went directly to Jay's apartment. Yes, ma'am.
Was he there?
No, ma'am, he was not.
And did you contact law enforcement when you got there?
Yes, we did.
Had Jay been found by that point?
No, ma'am.
Since that time, have you heard from Jay Lee, your son, again?
No, ma'am.
So what was the last thing you ever heard from your son?
It's your birthday with that text that he sent.
And that was at 2 a.m. on July 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
And since that time, you talked about, the credit cards. Have there been any charges that you've had to pay for Jay's credit cards?
No, ma'am.
Poor fur baby.
Even to, this is 2022, it's now December 3rd, 2024. Since that time, have there been any charges on those cards?
No, ma'am.
Have there been any withdrawals from his accounts?
No, ma'am.
You said Lexus?
Yes.
Where is Lexus now?
With Jay's sister, Taylor Carey.
And who
took Lexus from Oxford?
My daughter, Jessica Coleman.
So did Jay ever come back and get Lexus?
No, ma'am.
Did you all ever get Jay's stuff from Oxford?
It's still here being housed, and I got some.
So y'all came and got some of his stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all had access to his apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
When you had access to his apartment, were his bags packed?
No, ma'am.
Were items of clothing missing?
No, ma'am.
From what you could tell, were his prized possessions still there?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that you and Jay talk every day.
Yes, ma'am.
Was Jay happy?
Yes, he was.
Did he ever express to you anything about wanting to end his life?
No, ma'am.
I agree, Armand. I can't imagine
Brief
what
indulgence.
poor mom's going through. And that's why I said, if the prosecution has really nothing, putting her through this, that is shameful. That is truly shameful.
Has
I have a
Jay ever disappeared for long periods of time?
No, ma'am.
Since you gave birth to him, have you ever gone a day without talking to him?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
1 second, guys. I'm going to pause it because I have a question. So I'm just going to play the devil's advocate here for a minute. Say this young man is not guilty. He's been charged with this. They take it to trial. He's found not guilty for lack of evidence, say. And this mom has been put through hell. Does she have recourse? Does she have any form of recourse against the state?
She may be able to go for I'm trying to think of the wording for it right now. Sorry, it depends on state. I'm gonna make coffee in a second here. But she might have some. I don't know if she would really even want to go through with that. But my biggest question is what happens if they find him guilty and then he turns up somewhere?
Or they find him guilty, then they find his body, and it's the wrong person. Then he has recourse for
Yes, he
wrongfully
would.
convicted,
Yes, wrongfully imprisoned.
wrongfully in prison. Thank you. But I'm just wondering for her, because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking,
Right, and that's what I was thinking, Irene. I think civil court she would be able to go to for what is the damn word for it? You know when not it's not cruel and unusual punishment, but like you can sue somebody for not the trauma, but there's a word for it that I can't think of right now because I'm tired. But come on, people sue for all the time. It's one of for in most cases, it's a trivial kind of thing. It's like for the it's not trauma's not the word I'm looking for. But anyways, so she would be I do believe she would be able to sue them in civil court. I don't think she'd be able to do anything legally. it's the civil court, that's legal but not punishable by law, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, negligence maybe.
Mm.
So there's a few things I think she would be able to do.
Because I'm sitting here and I, as a mother of a son, I could not imagine not knowing where my child was, for one. And for second, it's been since 2022. Like, okay, they've presumed him gone. Where's my son? I'd still want to know where my son was.
Well, yeah, because even like I think even if he has left the world, you know, as a parent, I want to be able to bury my child. I want to know where my child's body is at all times. I'm a very overprotective mom, and I'm still micromanaging adults.
But I just can't imagine at the end, whatever the outcome is, especially if he's found not guilty, that this poor mom, what she's going to be going through. Sorry, guys. I'll go back to it.
I'm gonna make some coffee real quick.
I just,
Ms. Lee, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And does that photograph accurately represent what Jay looks like in 2022 when he was 20 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
And has there been any alterations to it since it was provided to the state?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor. And who was it a picture of? I apologize.
It's my son, Jay Lee. So it's his first day of his first job when he first graduated high school.
Your Honor, at this time I moved to enter into evidence a photograph of Jay.
Any objections? Any objections? All right, photograph be admitted as, you gonna do these S1s and D1s, or how you doing?
S1.
All right. S1 be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish the jury?
You may. Let the bailiff. Oh, you gonna do it the newfangled way. Go ahead.
Just put it in.
We can display it up there. There we go.
Y'all screens working over there? Okay. Let me know if they ever don't, okay?
Okay.
Help you with the
Just a little
sun.
bit of glare.
lawyers should have to train on these. Seriously, every case we watch, they don't know how to work them. Law school, this needs to be a course.
Miss Lee,
Yes.
is that the photo S1 of S1 that you just identified of your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that that accurately represents what he looked like when you last saw him?
Actually, he had braids. He had put some braids in his hair.
Okay, so having braids in his hair, how did Jay normally like to dress?
Flamboyant. He's
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
he's real flamboyant. He's had this outgoing. He would put on silk slacks and shirts, flower shirts, nice shirts to go with it. And
So you said he flamboyantly dressed.
yes,
He was a happy kid.
he's very happy.
Exactly, Irene. Exactly.
Everybody good on the jury? All right. You may cross them now.
Jury done with the exhibit.
remove if you like. Let the court report.
Okay, I got you. Ms. Lee, good morning.
Morning.
This photograph, your direct testimony, this was taken when you graduated high school. Is that correct? Or
It was
shortly
the
after?
summer, so it was shortly after.
And when did he braid his hair? Did he do that shortly after he got to Ole Miss?
It was different times he would do it. It wasn't shortly after, it was different times. He would wear different hairstyles.
And for purposes of the record, you stated you went to Oxford and arrived about what time?
And give your exact time that I arrived.
Okay. And prior to this particular date, can you tell me the last time you had been to Jay Lee's apartment?
I came down and last time I came to his apartment was in May when he graduated college,
Okay.
receiving his bachelor's degree.
So in May, you came to see him
Graduate.
graduate, went by his apartment in May, and the next time would have been July the 8th when you left.
No, that's not correct.
Okay,
He
when's the
also
next
came
time?
down for the 4th of July holiday.
Okay,
He had
So-
just left home for the 4th of July holiday. He came down for the holiday weekend.
I just want to make sure, came to graduation 4th of July weekend, and did you stay at Jay's Park?
No, actually, he came home for the holiday, 4th of July.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Lee, I don't think you understood my question. If I ask a question and.
What was your
My
question?
question was the last time you had come to Oxford and been to his
My
park.
last time I came in May when he graduated college.
That's what, so he came home in July,
That's correct.
and he had the braids in his hair at that time?
No, he did not.
Okay, but he wore braids regularly and dressed flamboyantly during this time frame of July the.
Okay, what does this matter? How we
Different
dress?
times he would change.
That makes me angry.
His style, his hairstyles.
Okay.
Because he was asking for it by
Thank
the
you
way
for
he was
that.
dressed.
Ms. Lee, you said the last time you saw, was July 4th the last time you saw Jay in person?
Actually, it was July 6th before I went to work that morning. Jay was at home, but he also had a job that he holds. So he went to leave Jackson to come back to Oxford before I got off work that evening.
Okay. And the July 4th holiday was like a family thing?
That was a family gathering, yes, ma'am.
And so he was in Jackson July 4th and then July 6th, and he went back up to Oxford for work for July 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
This week we finally excused so that she can be in the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just don't get why
Ms. Lee, you're excused as a witness, if you wish to.
the
stay in
how he
court,
dressed or how he
you
did his
can,
hair was
free to go.
important
When you
in
like,
this
okay?
case. That's just
On
kind of disgusting, really.
our next witness, so we're gonna need some time before. Y'all discuss that and see if we're going to. We're gonna need to ask the jury to step out.
Yes.
Y'all gonna get plenty of exercise. It's gonna be on a short burst, but y'all gonna get a lot of exercise, especially the man, guy on the truck, right? So a lot of exercise. So remember the court's instructions, don't discuss the case, don't express or form any opinions about the case.
That's why I said, guys, this is going to be a bit of a up and down case. I almost bet on it because of people's sexuality. Like listen, people are going to be whoever they want to be, but I just don't agree with making how he dresses and how he does his hair. It's almost like back in the 80s when they said a woman was asking for it because her skirt was short. But we'll get past this part.
Oh, but that's why I said he was like, he was asking for it because of the way he dressed. I was, it was the throwback to the way they used to talk about women.
Yep. Flamboyant, because he would wear silk slacks and I'm shocked he didn't ask about
Jennifer
whips.
Buford, I understand there's objection, Ms. Buford.
We'll get to the.
This morning, I received from the state
I agree.
contents of emails between Ms. Buford and apparently Jay Lee, the alleged victim in this case this morning. I would object to, first of all, the untimely disclosure on the 21st, and certainly the untimely disclosure content.
On the 21st, was anything revealed to you as to what the nature of Ms. Buford's testimony was intended to be?
I'll give you a little bit of context to this so we can skip by it. The prosecution didn't give enough notice about Miss Buford, and so the defense is trying to say she shouldn't be a witness due to this. So we'll skip past it because it's just blah blah language. But that's what it is they didn't get notification about this until this morning, and they were supposed to get it back on the 21st of November, and they didn't get it. So I just want to get past this so we can get to the witness, just so we're not all waiting around listening to the blah 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 of these. And the judge is like, can I just get a yes or no? Somebody just defamation. Leah, I think defamation would be, I don't know if that would be it though.
Defamation would be destroying one's character.
Like, just get us to the next witness. This is Miss Buford here. She's only allowed to say so much.
Nature of what was elicited as proposed testimony anyway. So,
Oh, hold on. I don't want to do that one.
you have an
Armand says, how is the defendant related to the victim? Not related. Supposedly was a fling with the victim. That's what they're alleging. That they met on an app, and where they would, the victim would go to meet up with other men, and that's what they're alleging is how they're connected. Yep. Looked up flamboyant. It can mean a personal style. Yep. Armand, a lover's thing. That's what they're alleging.
opportunity to talk to Ms. Buford. Yeah, bring her in.
Yep, that's exactly what I mean.
Buford.
He didn't want nobody. So what they're alleging is he didn't want nobody to know he was gay. So he took care of the situation. That's what they're alleging.
We'll get the jury slated and then we'll get you sworn in, okay? All right, you may be, let's swear the witness, please. Come around and have a seat with witness there. You may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Honor. Can you tell the jury who you are and what you do?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Buford. I work at the University of Mississippi in the Department of Social Work. I serve as a clinical instructor of social work and field education director. And Jay Lee was in my class at the time that he went missing.
All right. How long have you been in that position?
I've worked at the University of Mississippi for approximately 12 years.
And have you been a field supervisor? Is that what you called it?
Field education director.
Field education director. What does that mean?
I supervise field education internships for social work students at both the bachelor's and the master's level.
Okay. Placing students in a professional setting.
That's correct. Making
Students.
sure that they meet CSWE competencies as they are practicing.
Okay. And you said Jay Lee was a participant, and what was his major? Do you know?
Social work,
Social work.
bachelor's of social work student.
Were there requirements, like standards before they could participate?
Sure.
In that internship program?
Before they can intern, students are required to complete all other classwork, all classes aside from the internship and seminar class.
All right, so in May of 2022, had Jay Lee completed his requirements for his degree?
All of the requirements aside from the internship and seminar class, which is a 12-hour class.
And as far as those requirements, do you know whether he graduated with any kind of honors or anything of that nature? Do you know?
His graduation was an honorary graduation because he wasn't there to complete.
Okay. But as far as scholastic honors, do you know whether he had any scholastic honors?
No, I do not.
Okay. You're saying he didn't, or you don't know?
I don't know that he did, no.
Okay.
Oh,
And
yeah.
do you know
that's
whether he
right, Armand.
participated in any
I forgot about that.
groups, organizations on the campus?
He was a member of the Black Student Union Association and ASB,
Okay.
Associated Student Body, and worked with the LGBTQ community on campus.
Okay. With that organization, do you know if he held any positions in those organizations?
From his email signature, he said he was director of that.
All right. Can you tell the jury how long when you first became aware of Jay Lee in a professional capacity, him as a student and you as a field education advisor?
So I met Jay Lee in the fall of 2021 when he was enrolled in Social Work 335, which is Social Work Practice 1. My next class with Jay Lee was in the spring of 2022, where he was enrolled with Fields of Social Work, where we were preparing for the internship experience in that class. And then the last time in the summer of 2022, where he was completing his internship experience.
Were you able to make any observations about him as a person, his personality?
Yeah, I mean, Jay Lee was a strong presence. He was very outspoken, expressive, and he communicated his thoughts and feelings, very well.
Do you know whether he had a pet?
I do know that he had a pet because he reached out to me once the fall semester, the first semester, and asked if it was okay if he could bring his pet to class.
Did you authorize that?
No, I cannot authorize that because it was against the policies, but
Okay.
he, asked every one of his teachers if he could bring his Pomeranian, I believe it was,
Okay.
who he'd had for 10 years.
All right. Did you actually recommend that he be placed in an internship setting?
I met with him to discuss various options, including what his interests were and what internships were available. And through that, we together decided that CPS was the choice that he actually ended up working at, Lafayette County CPS. So, and
What is the Lafayette County CPS,
that's Child Protective Services.
and what do they do?
They protect the children of Lafayette County from child abuse, neglect,
Agree, Irene.
Things of that nature.
investigate, yes.
All right, and your responsibilities as the field advisor, did that, while he was in that program, would you have been in contact with him
Oh, yes.
daily, weekly?
Our class would meet on Fridays, usually from 10 to 12. Other than that, I would meet, as a matter of fact, the last time I met with him and the field instructor was in June, mid-June,
Okay.
for our midterm evaluation.
Midterm
kind of-
evaluation. So on July 8th of 2022, would Jay Lee have been still placed with the Lafayette County CPS?
That's correct.
How long was that program to continue?
Until the
Until he got
end
his
of
response.
July. Okay, so he had to complete 400 hours during that summer.
And do you know how many hours he had completed up until July the 8th?
He was within a few weeks of being finished.
So he wasn't done.
No.
Okay. And how did you find out that he never showed back up at his spot as an intern at Lafayette County CPS after July the 8th?
I believe his
That's what I
field
think,
instructor
guys.
reached out
Makes no
and
sense.
told me that he was not at the internship. So, and she was just kind of concerned about him. Yeah.
Play it far, I understand what the testimony is going to be.
Let's bring it to an end anyway.
Had anybody ever contacted you about Jay Lee not showing up where he was supposed to be prior to that?
Prior to that, no.
That's all I have.
Exactly, Armand. It's like a waste of breath.
Your Honor, no questions for this witness.
All right. May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Buford. You're welcome to stay, but you're free to go, okay?
That was a very quick witness.
But really, she had, and I don't want to say this to sound ignorant, but really, she
All right,
had nothing to offer the case except for
Normally lunch is whenever we get to a
he
stopping
didn't
point.
call.
And today.
Yeah,
The stopping point.
I don't
just
see her
happens to
purpose.
be the time your lunch. is
Just
to
being the
get
mom.
done. We got lucky today, but
Which-
don't expect us to be so punctual every time, but most days, rather than trying to hurry you up and get you here, there, and the other, we're gonna bring your lunch to you.
But-
We're gonna carry you out
and
your
I-
house, feed you
I know that sounded a little
good
cart,
meal.
just being the mom. No, she's
We're
she's
gonna
more than just the mom,
here
but
today, remember the court's instructions, don't discuss the case even amongst.
Armand
yours,
says
don't form or express any opinion.
it's like Lally in KR case when he kept asking every witness whether there was snow on the ground despite pictures of it,
Have a good lunch,
right? Testifies
Are you ready to
and
start back at
declining
1,
because she
okay?
testified?
Uh,
No,
we'll be in
no,
recess until 1 o'clock for the lunch
they're
break.
talking about lunch. Like, I get she could narrow the last time that she got a message from her son. She was for the point of how her son always called her, she always talked to him, so it was very weird that she wasn't having that communication. I have a question though. She called, I think she said 3 times to get a wellness check done on her son.
I actually thought
And
she said 9 times, Rochelle. I believe she said 9 times.
okay, thank you. And not once did anybody go do a wellness check. She had to get a hold of a friend of his. Like, what's going on there?
I'll be back here.
That's a weird view of the court. Yes, it is. Hello, Patricia, my friend. How are you? We'll get back after their lunch now.
Hey, hey, Patricia.
Perfect. We're all good. Thank you. You want this removed? You can leave then. You can leave.
He's kind of adorable, though.
Well, they are saying that
The judge.
that microphone lead.
I think it's the accent.
You perfect. We're all good. Thank you.
It is the accent.
And maybe the beard.
Leah says they must have had something on him, though, to arrest him. There was a text message. It was alluded to in the opening statements. The defense said something about a text message talking about strangling. That, as far as I know right now, that's all.
Well, actually, I could be wrong, but I thought it was the fact that they had been text messaging, and then the young man went silent, like basically he went dark on everything. And then on the defendant's phone, they found searches on how long it would take to strangle somebody. So I thought it was a search that he had done. Like, gotta love Google.
Gotta love Patricia, cute as a button mushroom. I'll unmute
No,
it.
seriously, there's something about this judge that I really like. He is so adorable. I'm turning into Patricia.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that.
When you leave the bench, I'll turn everything down. That'd be a good time. Is that a good? That'd be a good time. Thank you. And then also when
He's very polite, this judge.
cut it off. If the motions have been made from out there, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Now, by the way, I'm the special project producer for the project for the. Thank you. Good. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. We're gonna try to make you home. Okay? Yeah, absolutely.
TV is coming to join with you.
Okay. Tell them, just plug in. Come on in. More than there.
They'll just plug in like everybody is.
Mr. Davis, how are you doing?
I just,
Christopher Bull.
like I said, I've seen
All right. Court
four
come to order. It's
witnesses,
not kick off
and
time. All right. Is that 1 o'clock, Joe?
what did he just spit in his water?
All right. Court will call a case, Circuit Court of Lafayette County, call number L 21-086.
I wish I could read lips upside down.
Christopher Voyles. Is Christopher Voyles present? Christopher Voyles. Matter was set for judgment, debtor, determination.
This is an absolutely different case, guys. Threw me right off.
All right. Court will note that Mr. Voyles was set to be here for.
Gotta love that draw.
Exam. Today at 1 o'clock.
Exactly, Lee. Irene.
reflect whoever
Exactly.
is not present. You can take appropriate actions, but just not right now.
Yes, sir. I've been excused.
You may. All right,
I think I have
all
a
right,
crush on the judge.
I previously made an announcement about the microphones. It turns out that we may have the microphones that were at council table were not part of the live feed recording. I'm on this, any microphones on council table, I'm going to let me move. I think to have a microphone will remain at the bench, at the podium, and at the witness stand. Try to talk into those microphones, but there should not be any microphones at your table. But the podium, the bench, and there, and I've instructed the operators of the podium of the microphone here at the bench. At any time the parties approach the bench for a bench conference, that the microphone will be cut off. All right. All right. Who would the state call as the next witness? Jury ready? Bring the back jury in if they're ready.
Does nobody think this judge looks like Rusty? Or is it just me?
All I know is I think I have a crush.
Okay, simmer down, simmer down.
A crush isn't a bad thing.
Rusty from Melody Fair's trial.
Oh, I didn't watch that one, so I don't know.
Years, being on a jury is sort of like being in church. You got your seat anyway. You know, I got my seat at church, and if somebody's sitting in my church, what are you doing in my seat anyway? But just works out that way. Feel free to sit where you like. I trust the jury had no problem with the court's instruction about discussion.
First person I thought of when I saw him.
Opinions about the case. If you ever have any problems in that regard, let me know. I hope the lunch was of sufficient quantity and quality to satisfy everybody, okay? If you have any complaints, talk to the clerk. He's the head chef over there anyway. But he's, I think he'll take good care of you. All right, who would the state call as its next witness?
I was actually shocked she got as much as she did. I didn't think she was.
One more time. Jose Reyes.
I was watching it on STS, and Joel said that he'll probably do about, I think he said something
You
like
would raise your right hand and be sworn in, please.
of it.
Right around and have a seat. You may proceed.
Mr. Reyes, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Jose Reyes. I've been a good friend with Jay Lee since undergrad. And I live in Marshall County with my family. And I went to school here for undergrad and also graduate school for social work.
Hey,
I didn't
so
think you were
that was a lot.
guilty.
So tell me, you were good friends with Jay Lee.
Yes,
So you were familiar with the victim in today's case.
correct, yes.
But before we get into that, you said you went to undergrad. Where did you go for undergrad?
Here at the University of Mississippi,
Okay, and what year did you come to the University of Mississippi?
2019.
Have you graduated?
Yes, ma'am, I graduated in 2023 with my undergraduate, and then I came back and did my master's
Thought she was an abused woman
this
and
past
snapped.
summer.
And what is your degree in?
Social work,
Is your master's in that as well?
yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed in that field?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
What do you do for work?
I work as a therapist in community mental health.
So let's go on to Jay Lee. How did you meet him?
Funny enough, we met at an Ariana Grande concert in 2019. We were actually living in the same residence hall, but we didn't know about that until later when we met at that concert. And then ever since then, we both realized we love Ariana Grande. And since then, we've just hit it off. And then we later discovered that we were also in the same major. So we just stuck together since then.
And so you said that would be 2019 when you were a freshman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And up until his disappearance in 2022, were you all still close friends?
Yes, ma'am.
100%. I
Could sort of
my brain was.
describe your friendship.
The best way I would describe our friendship would be very much like a sisterly bond, meaning like we would banter, we would gossip, very playful friendship. It was more so like a sister. I didn't really consider Jay Lee as a friend, more so as a sister, but not even like he did identify with he, him pronouns and was cisgender, but more so like, and I guess in queer world, sister's just like your sis. But
Well, actually, I'll have you explain that more.
yeah,
You said that you saw him as a sister. Did Jay Lee identify as a woman?
he did not. He was actually cisgendered. He was comfortable with how he was born. That may not appear at the way
Hey, Donna, how are you, my friend?
he presented himself physically, but we had many conversations. He said that he identified as male, was comfortable in his skin.
So when you say presents himself physically, how did he dress?
Fashionable would be a term. Very unapologetically, very true to himself. He did not care who had anything to say. If he wanted to wear high heels and for his 9 a.m.
How
on
are
a
you, my friend?
Tuesday, he definitely would.
Sorry, guys,
So,
has to be paused for a second.
Kind of tell me
How is your birthday going today so far, JJ?
more about his personality. What was Jay like?
Very vibrant, very private, very silly, very caring, very compassionate. As we spoke, we were both in the same field. We were going towards social work, so you can only imagine how much compassion, how much love and care he had for other people. Very silly, outgoing, family oriented.
So I kind of want to go back for a minute, just in case the jury didn't fully, I want them to make sure they understand. You used the term cisgendered. You were trying to say essentially that Jay identified as a man and that's how he was born and he knew he was a man.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Forgot to buy muscle.
Are you aware of Jay ever tried to trick anyone to think he was a woman?
No, ma'am.
But Joey's comfortable being being male.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that he was family oriented. Did he talk about his family?
Yes, quite often. He seemed like a very, very close connection with his family. He would mention to me that he would speak to his mother daily. He would tell me about his stories with him and his sister.
Yep, Irene. Leah, they're not on break?
Okay, can you hear me loud and clear though?
Yes, you can make sure just speak a little up. It's kind of a big room.
Okay.
Okay. And so you were saying that you were saying that he was family oriented and y'all spoke about that.
Yes.
Okay. And you would say y'all were really close friends?
Yes, ma'am.
As a part of that, how often did you all talk to each other?
Daily. We would text here and there, and every once in a while, I'd get my FaceTime call from him.
So, did the communication stay the same throughout the school year or into the summer? Did anything change?
I mean, it dwindled a little bit considering he started his internship, so he was fairly busy with his internship. And I was busy trying to enjoy the little bit of my summer before I went back to school. I also had a job at that time, but he was mostly tied up with his internship responsibilities.
So in July 2022, did you still hear from Jay Lee often?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when the last time you spoke to Jay Lee was?
It was actually the day before on Thursday. It was around close to the end of the day. I believe it was like 4:57, 58. I remember getting a FaceTime call from him. I had just came back from a walk around the neighborhood, and I got a call, and he was just telling me about his day. He was ready to go. It wasn't a long conversation, but we definitely did speak on that Thursday.
And that Thursday would be July 7th?
Correct, yes.
So when you spoke to Jay, was he in a good mood? What was his attitude like?
Yeah, he was in a good mood, happy that it was the end of the day.
I know none of yous will be upset about this. I'm just going to give Donna a brief breakdown of this. Actually, Jamie, you're better at breaking it down. You there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here. It's because I'm drinking coffee. I didn't want everybody to hear me slurping. Okay. Basically, what happened, it was in 2022, I believe.
Mhm.
This young man went missing, and there is no body. Nobody knows where he went, nothing. But then the defendant is being accused of unaliving him because he was the last person with contact with him through messaging. They were supposed to meet up. And then the defendant on his search on his phone looked up how to strangle somebody quickly, or how long does it take to strangle a person. And so that is pretty much all the evidence we really, if you want to call it evidence, that's pretty much all there is so far. This is the third witness that we are on right now. So we've listened to his mother speak. What was she, a mentor or something at the school that he went to? And and this is the third one. So I mean, that's basically the breakdown of the case. There's not a whole lot. Oh, and they did how many? 81 searches?
71 search
71.
warrants.
71 search warrants trying to find evidence, and yet we will see, because so according to the defense, there's not a shred of evidence that came out of those search warrants. So that's where we're at so far. Is that good?
That is. And I'm wondering
Okay.
why Donna Blakely's message was just retracted. Donna, if you want to type that again. For
Donna
some
Barkley?
reason, yeah, YouTube retracted it for some reason.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and type that and I'll catch it.
He was just telling me we should do something this
You're welcome.
weekend.
Thanks, Jimmy.
So without getting into anything that he particularly said, what was his mood? Was he in a happy mood? Was he sad, depressed? Was he in a good mood?
Seemed in a good mood, yes. He was in good spirits.
And in your friendship with Jay, had you ever experienced him in any type of suicidal ideation or any type of thing of that nature?
None at all.
And is that something you would recognize considering your field of work?
For sure. He definitely has a loud, vibrant personality, so I definitely would have noticed something off if there was anything like that.
Are you aware of if Jay had any social media accounts?
Yes.
Okay, can you kind of tell me a few the social media accounts that he had?
Well, Instagram, of course, Facebook,
Of course.
Twitter, which was what it was called at that point, TikTok.
Oh, okay.
And about
Okay,
how
got it.
often did he post on these accounts?
Fairly often. I consider Jay Lee as my little celebrity. He would post on live. He would post just about anything. If it was a award show, if it was something that was going on, I would expect to hear from him somewhere online.
Would it be fair to say you would see a post from him somewhere
Okay, so
daily?
do you want to pause it really quickly?
Can you repeat your question?
Would it be fair to say that you
Go ahead.
So apparently the defendant, from what I'm gathering, and you can correct me because I think you paid more attention to this part, the defendant is gay, but is hiding it. And so, yeah, it would have been meeting on the DL.
So
that's
that is the prosecution's theory.
right.
That's their theory, is that he's gay but didn't want nobody to know, and that supposedly the defendant was going to out him, or sorry, the gentleman, Jay Lee, was going to out him, and the defendant did something about it to hide his secret. That's their theory on this case.
It's funny because you always say that I'm better at breaking things down really quickly. Yet when it comes to other things, I have to be like, did I say that right? Because you are more focused on the other details sometimes than I am. And so that's why I'm like, okay, let me see if I got this right. So I can break things down, but when it comes to these little things, I have to look to you. I'm like, am I saying that right? Is that how it is?
Yeah, so that's their whole theory. That's the prosecutor's whole theory of why this happened and why he did it. So I'm just going to get back to it.
Maybe see a post from Jay, maybe a story or anything on one of the social media accounts daily.
Yes, there would not be a day that Jay Lee would not post, whether it was something of him or just something that he had reshared or reposted. He was online pretty actively.
Since July 8th, 2022, have you seen any new posts from Jay Lee?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I had. I miss my little celebrity.
And let's talk a little bit more about, did Jay have any pets?
You have any pets?
Yes.
Yes, he had this spoiled Pomeranian named Lexi. That was his daughter, pretty much.
Do you know if he was close to Lexi or Lexus, the dog?
He was very, very close to, yes, I love that you included her government name. Yes, he's very close to Lexi. He would not really go anywhere without her. She had a backseat cage just for her, and it wasn't even a cage. She was spoiled, like I said, so it was like a little pink, comfy couch for her. She was always with him.
And how did you know that they were close?
I mean, it was so obvious. I mean, during this time, we would probably have their Christmas photo by now. I remember one year he dressed her up in.
Continue with your answer. You said around this time they would be sending out the Christmas photo shoot. What 1 year? What did they do?
He would dress Lexi up, and he would be in his Christmas jammies and pose in front of the Christmas tree, and that would be their photo shoot. They would often go on museum dates, go on walks. She was very, very spoiled.
As to Jay Lee's, how did Jay Lee get around Oxford? Do you know?
Usually through his own car.
Do you remember what kind of car he had?
Before he went missing, he had I believe, a black Impala.
So it was a black, like, sedan type car?
Yes.
Did he ever allow you to drive that car?
Only once, and that was strictly for me to run an errand for him.
And what was the errand?
To get his oil changed.
So did he ever, if you needed to borrow it to go someplace, did he allow you to drive it places?
No, I never really got to joyride it. Besides that one time I took it to get his oil changed. I believe he was probably getting like his hair done or something at that time.
You sort of talked about the LGBTQ community and that you all were.
That's kind of not good, guys, because the mom said absolutely he would never let anybody take it. Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
Leah, no, it's not your eyes. Yes, he's wearing a lot of eye makeup. And I do. Jake, people are going to see that you're sassy. I like the witness too. But yeah, because his mom said nobody ever drove his car.
Sisters, are you also a part of the LGBTQ community?
He has
Yes,
many
ma'am.
thoughts.
Yeah, he
And
does.
are you familiar with the term down low?
I am.
What does that mean?
Download would be a word to kind of describe someone who may be a little discreet in their identity, may not really be comfortable with being known that they have interest in same-sex or LGBTQIA activities or things. So kind of like how it sounds down low, just keeping it on the down low, very discreet, not wanting to be known that they were also into that kind of stuff.
And so would that mean that people who are down low, are they, like you said, you identified yourself as a part of the LGBTQ community. Is that something a person on the down low would do in public in court like this?
Can you repeat your question?
So you testified that you are a part of the LGBTQ community. Based on your definition of down low.
What I'm curious to what your new word is, Armand. This is an educational program. Oh, it gets more educational. Wait.
Is that something a person who identifies as down low would do, identify themselves publicly?
No, ma'am, they definitely would not. Very discreet.
Brief indulgence.
We're going to talk like all the young kids after this.
I already used all those words.
I agree, Irene. Yeah. In some conversation or in some conservative communities, DL men say same-sex attraction. They will not identify as gay.
On the day, July 8th, 2022, I believe you said the last time you talked to him was on the 7th, right? The day before?
Yes, no, that's correct.
So on July 8th, 2022, did you have any contact with Jay Lee?
Yes, I reached out to him sometime in the middle of the day because I had not responded to his last message from him. And I had sent him, it was like a music video, but I did not hear back from him. And then I later reached out again once I realized that we were wondering where he was.
So how did you learn that no one knew where he was?
I was contacted by his sister, just asking me, had I heard from him? And I said no. So at that point, that made me concerned because it must mean a lot if his sister's reaching out to me.
What did you do after having learned that information? Did you try to call him, check on him?
So I instantly texted him. Obviously, I texted him, and upon texting him, I noticed that the messages were green, meaning that they didn't send fully. He has an iPhone, and I have an iPhone, so they weren't blue. And that's when I was like, okay, this is weird. And then I started calling him. Nothing was going through. And that's when I started getting more concerned. At that point, I didn't know what to think.
And did you try to search for him or do anything of that nature?
So after not hearing from him and after my phone calls not going through, my texts going green, yes. So at the time, I believe if I remember correctly, I was at my parents' house with an ex-boyfriend, and I was like, something's up. I asked him, would you mind coming with me?
He said what he said.
I didn't hear you here, so answer the question anyway.
The question I had asked Mr. Reyes was if you had tried to look for him and you said you were at your parents' house and that you were with the ex-boyfriend and you were telling your ex-boyfriend that you were worried. What happened next?
So at that point, I was I suggested, can we go? Because I live in Potts Camp, so for reference, that's like 50 minutes from here, in Marshall County. And I was like, can we go up there just to see, like, at least if his car's at his parked outside of his apartment complex. And then my parents, they weren't comfortable with me and him going alone, so they accompanied us as well. So we all hopped in our family vehicle and we headed to Oxford, to his apartment complex. His vehicle was not there. I went up to his door. He was not there. I knocked on his door. All I could hear was Lexi through the door.
So you could hear the dog in there. And since that time, have you seen or heard from your friend Jaylee?
I have not.
Brief indulgence.
I attended.
Thank you.
We will never be rid of Sarah Boone, no matter what.
Ask you a couple of questions about your social media
Get ready to get
connections or contact with
Right? This guy.
with Jay Lee. Can you tell me what accounts that you used through Snapchat or Instagram when you communicated with Mr. Lee?
So we would primarily contact each other through iMessage, so through text. Every once in a while, we would send something to each other through Instagram, like a funny video or a post that we saw online.
And
Oh, you can't.
would it be a fair statement that that you were familiar with Mr. Lee's, according to what your direct testimony was, his sexual preferences?
Can you repeat your question?
Were you familiar with Mr. Lee's sexual preferences?
As far as
Through your conversations with him, whether or not he was homosexual or bisexual or what he identified as, you're familiar with that, being in the same community with him, correct?
yes,
And is it a fair statement that Mr. Lee was transsexual? Is that a fair statement?
it is not.
Well, tell me, based on what I understand on the reports that I've been provided, information that would lead
Right,
someone to
Armand?
believe that's the
He
fact.
does.
What is your representation that he was straight?
So as I mentioned previously, I said that he was cisgender, and he also liked men as well, that he was comfortable in his own skin.
All right, but as far as his activity, and you knew him, apparently y'all were best friends or close to being really good friends, right?
Yes,
Okay. As far as your connection with him, is it a fair statement that
He took a deep breath there, didn't he?
we dress up as a woman or in that manner and hook up with men, both of the community as well as individuals that you characterize as down low? Fair statement?
what was your question? What was your
The question
statement?
is, he dressed up flamboyantly as basically as a woman, correct? A lot of times.
He dressed as Jay Lee.
Okay, it's Jay, but understand that if someone, he just dressed up, if you just looked at him, he appeared to be dressed up as a woman on a lot of occasions, or at least in a feminine manner. Is that
He
a fair
appeared to
statement?
dress up as Jay Lee.
Dressed very fashionably.
Okay, all right. So would that also be a fair statement
Calling
Um,
out bigot.
that he quote unquote, like to hook up with people that were on the down low?
Excuse me?
Was it a fair statement based on, is it a fair statement based on what you know about Jay Lee that he liked to hook up with individuals that were, what you testified earlier, were on the down low? That he liked to do that? Is that right?
That
If
look.
looks were-
What's the relevancy to this question, sir?
if looks were to kill, sir, you'd be on the ground.
Right?
Can you rephrase it? I'm sorry.
Well, I want
I love this guy.
I'm trying not to ask you anything that I understand that you've already provided in the statement, but my question is that whether or not Jay Lee liked to hook up with individuals, I'm not saying whether it's men or women or what, but individuals that were on the down low. He'd like to do that, correct?
No.
Well, do you recall on July the 11th, giving a statement to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones, where you in fact told him?
I don't know what the state says, I don't know. Not, general statute. Your approach.
Jeez. Like, I know he's in his 20s, but this poor kid,
Yeah.
like, that's a
Strong
kid.
though. Very strong.
Well, you got to think. He probably went through all this ignorance a lot of his life.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Mr. Reyes, do you recall giving a statement on July the 11th to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones? I believe, I don't know exactly where you were, but you remember giving a statement to those two police officers?
What was the statement?
Well, I'm just asking, do you remember talking to them first?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember making the statement to them, or did you in fact make the statement to them that Lee liked to hook up with people who were on the down low?
Is that what it says?
Making that statement.
It was 2 years ago, so I'm not quite sure what exactly I said.
Hey, Bob, how are you, my friend? No one's winning right at the moment.
At this point, you can't admit or deny that you made the statement. Is that a fair statement?
I think this witness is winning.
Make sure you
Yeah, the
give them one
witness.
more opportunity. Remember making that statement.
No, I do not remember making that statement.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have an objection to this as well, because that's not his statement. That's,
Let's see what they are.
Somebody needs to shut that blind. That poor court reporter.
Yeah. That's
Screen is
miserable.
just blinded. Oh, sorry, Jake's attitude again.
Yes.
I object. objection then, Your Honor. I'm not saying you didn't make a statement. I'm saying that one, you're going to.
Sorry, guys. He's in an attitude. He's telling me off tonight.
I don't think he likes the defense attorney either. He's like, this guy.
No, he's just mad because I'm out in the living room and he can't watch his big TV and watch Bob the Builder. That's what he's mad at. Stop. Jakey, who's guilty? Tell me who's guilty, Jake. Mark one, guilty part twice.
You don't hear me when I'm up here whispering. Good, that's what it's supposed to be.
Madam, John, I'd like to have this item marked, identification.
Identification first, be marked. Guess that would be D1.
Can we just do 1, 2, 3, 4?
Without S,
No, I'm doing the S and Ds.
what,
I'll do B1.
do whatever you want to.
I'll do what you want.
I like
Make it
her.
D1. All right, that's what I do, right?
For ideas this time.
Let's see, Mouthy.
May I approach the witness,
What's
John?
Mouthy tonight?
Fred,
Yes.
I want you to look at this, what's been identified in D1.
I thought it was the
And,
Geek Squad guy.
If you would look over it, please, and read it. And tell me, after you read it, let me know that you've read it, okay? It's 2 pages.
Yep. I agree, Armand. Stupid questioning. Who's guilty, Jake? Tell the crew. Tell the crew if he's guilty or not.
You done with it, Mr. Ray?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. After having reviewed offenses for identification D1, you recall making those statements to the 2 detectives, I referenced early investigators. You remember making that statement?
Download.
A similar statement, but I'm not sure if I used those terms that you stated.
And also, can you state whether or not, based on your relationship with Mr. Lee, having knowledge of his activity within the community, whether or not he would hook up with people on a regular basis?
What does a regular basis look like?
Well, regular basis, I mean, have sexual contact or hookups referenced in this with I mean, more than once a week, on a regular basis?
Oh, no, Jay Lee was very protective about that stuff. He only did so with people he had talked to for at least for a little bit.
Okay. And, in fact, he didn't tell you the names of any of the people that he hooked up with, but provided to you nicknames, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And, as far as, the statement that you made to Miss Douglas, Detective Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Jones, you did that.
Bob, who do you mean by don't get her started?
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to figure. I'm reading the chats and I'm like, I can't figure it out.
That voluntarily, they just interviewed you to basically, this was on July the 11th, just brought you in, interviewed, it was voluntary on your part, and you were free and open about your relationship with Jay Lee, your friendship, things of that nature. Fair statement?
Fair.
Can you tell me the names of the social media, either Snapchat or Instagram messages or anything like that you previously testified that y'all just really Snapchatted, right? Mostly. Did you ever do any social media or Instagram with him through any accounts at all?
What do you mean? Can you
Did
repeat
you
your
message him through any Instagram accounts ever?
Yes. I stated earlier that we contacted each other mostly through iMessage and every once in a while through Instagram and Snapchat.
I thought that's what you said. I want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of your account at that time?
Which account?
That you used primarily with Jay?
Okay, I got it.
I would use my Instagram account. I'm not too sure what it's actually called, but it's a variation of my name, Jose.
Okay. And look, Mr. S., I'm not trying to tie you down to remember what you used 2 years ago.
You say I'm not trying to tie you down.
If you can call that account that you used during that time frame that you communicated with Jay Lee.
Yes, I said it was a variation of my name, Jose. So it was spelled HOE.SAY.
Okay. And do you recall
Got a
the
little
name of the
attitude.
account that you communicated with Mr. Lee?
I know he went through several changes in his username. I want to say it might have been something like I am Jay Lee or something of that nature.
Okay. Now, you indicated that
He's back.
that you've never had any conversations where Mr. Lee ever had any suicidal thoughts or ideations of suicide. You did have conversations with him through social media or through some of these accounts about Jay Lee's, for lack of a better word, promiscuous conduct in his life, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You had conversations, did you not, through your either Snapchat or Instagram, things of that nature, where you had, not getting into the details of it, but you had conversations with Jay Lee about
I thought that too, Leah.
activities within the community there, as far as hookups, names he wouldn't provide, things that he did, things that he preferred, things like that, right? I mean, you were close friends. You had those conversations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of those conversations, as I understand, was that, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong or untoward about it, but some of these conversations involve conduct on Mr. Lee's part where you kind of enjoyed the fact that you see guys out and you dress like a woman and they kind of find out he was a woman like later on, and you kind of enjoyed that, didn't you?
No,
You did not enjoy that?
like, he would not dress up as a woman to meet these people.
Okay. Well,
He
he
dressed
dressed up in a feminine way. Fair statement, right?
Generally, yes, but not just specifically to hook up, as you say.
But he did dress up.
Haven't seen him for a
during
while, Bob.
court. As I understand it, some of the information that's been provided as a result of search warrants that were done on behalf of the Oxford Police Department, University Police Department, that he would hook up with individuals dressed in the manner that you previously described in your testimony, right? As dressed up, feminine, flamboyant, and in a manner, he dressed up and met people in that fashion, right? When he was dressed up like that, right?
No, sir.
He never did that.
He may have, but that wasn't, he did not dress up just to meet with these people.
Mr. S., I didn't say that, but just to meet those people, he did that generally.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
During the course of, quote unquote, some of the hookups that you referenced, he would dress in that manner. Fair to say?
He dressed that yes,
Okay.
generally, yes.
Thank you. And also, you're familiar with the fact that Jay Lee, as far as his routine and habit there in the community, as far as the LGBTQ community, he was one of the individuals that was well recognized in the community in the Oxford area, right?
Yes.
And also that you state that he wouldn't go anywhere without the dog, but he didn't take his dog out when he was engaged to hook up with folks in this area. Fair statement?
That's fair.
And also these hookups that you're making reference to, a lot of times, Mr. Reyes, some of these hookups were people, and let's be honest, that he'd never met before except through social media, that he would meet through social media, get dressed or go meet people out in the community late at night, all hours of the day. Fair statement?
I don't believe they were random.
Yeah,
Or I don't believe they were.
I'm
Like-
not necessarily saying they're random. I'm saying whether or not he would meet them through social media or through conversations as a result of his activity in the community. A lot of times we'll go out and meet them in different places in the community, right?
I'm not familiar with where he was meeting them at.
He's looking at the prosecutors like, are you guys not gonna do anything about this?
Well, it'd be a fair statement, would it not, Mr. Reyes, that Jay Lee likewise was participating in the download aspect of that community, those individuals you described that they keep it secret, but he was participating in that aspect of the download community. Fair statement?
No, not a
Well-
fair statement.
You do know that he used nicknames for certain individuals that he hooked up with. One of the nicknames, according to your statement, was medical student, nickname of confusion, and other nicknames that Jay Lee used to associate those names with people that you didn't know, he kept to himself.
I have to stop. Sorry, guys. Still don't know what a down low is. So a down low is where, say, this young lad here, he's gay. Fine, but he's open about it. So down low is the opposite, where somebody is gay and they're still in the, for a lack of better term, in the closet. They want to stay on the down low, meaning they don't want nobody to know they're gay. So that's the down low. Like, we'll hook up, but don't tell anybody. Keep it on the down low. We've all learned this today.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it would be a fair statement as what you described as in down low community. That he was working or he was doing things that he was keeping secrets from you and all other people that are least to you about what he was doing in his personal sexual life and the sexual activity that he was carrying on. Fair statement?
Can you rephrase your statement,
He
please?
wasn't telling you everything he was doing in his private life,
Correct.
but he did represent to you that he associated names with numbers of people, whether it be Eugene or medical students, and there were other nicknames that he told you about, right? Numerous nicknames of other people, right?
Maybe not numerous. Those are just a few of the ones that I recall.
Okay, those all that you can recall at the time you gave that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I wonder how this is hitting the jury. Like, are they equally like this lawyer? Like, I would love to know what the faces of the jurors are like. That's a deep breath. He's definitely not impressed.
Oh, not at all. Not even a little bit. But his eyebrows are on point.
When you got back to, when you went by Mr. Lee's apartment, what was it? Did you go inside?
I did not go in. I did not go inside. The door was locked from the outside.
The door was locked from the outside?
Stayed on campus, so the way the doors work on campus, you have to have key card access. That's the only way you can get into the room.
You know how many times you were interviewed Mr. Reyes by members either the University Police Department or Oxford Police Department?
No, sir, I cannot recall.
You don't recall any of those conversations?
I recall the conversation.
I'm sorry, I rephrased my question. You don't remember how many times you were interviewed?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
Jose, I want to give you a chance to clear some stuff up I was confused about on cross-examination.
Okay.
So, what was Jay Lee's sexual orientation?
Homosexual.
So he was gay.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe defense counsel was asking about, like transsexual, like when you stated Jay Lee's gender,
Mhm.
what did Jay Lee identify as?
Male.
So I couldn't hear you.
Males.
Male.
So as I mentioned earlier, cisgender. So he was born male. He was comfortable with his male, like how he was. Yes.
And you believe they said that he would dress as in a feminine way sometimes. That's what was said on Cross. Was that accurate? Sometimes he would dress in a feminine way.
In a fashionable way, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And when he would dress that way, was that his usual thing?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you say fashionable, was he wearing dresses every day, pants every day? Like what? Describe some of that.
I mean, sometimes it might be a pantsuit. Sometimes it might be a dress. It just depended on his mood. Obviously, in college, sometimes we're running late, so sometimes it was sweats in a sweatshirt, but mostly when he could, he would dress to the fullest.
And just so we can make sure that it's clear, did he dress this way, as far as your knowledge, to attract men?
No, ma'am. He dressed that way for himself.
I feel like I'm
I
missing
don't think
the
he ever
stroke
seeked
between Bob and
validation
Tia.
from men, like I said earlier, very unapologetically.
We talked about participating in the down low culture. Was Jay Lee down low?
No, ma'am. As fashionably as he dressed, no, ma'am.
So it was obvious that he was gay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when opposing counsel was talking about participating in the down low culture, I think he was referencing Jay didn't out people.
Correct.
Can you kind of explain what that means to out people?
So a lot of times, as I mentioned, sometimes men that are down low, they may not be ready to really reveal their interests, who they really are. So, and obviously people come from different households and different settings. So outing somebody could essentially be telling other people that this person is XYZ without their consent. So a lot of times we will like protect identities to be courteous. Some people may not be ready for that, so we'd be mindful and we would not out anybody.
So people who are not ready to come out, why is that?
I mean, that can be a number of reasons. I couldn't just put one thing. Like I mentioned, family, fear of being discriminated, stuff of that nature.
And so
Fear of
these men that are on
bigotry.
down low, they're trying to keep this a secret, correct?
I believe so.
And they don't want to be exposed, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you know Jay Lee's type?
I mean, I believe he would like go towards more masculine energy. I don't think it would ever just be a
Absolutely,
specific type,
JJ.
but it would be more so just someone more masculine.
So people who are kind of less like him.
Yes, ma'am.
But at the end of the day, he liked men who like men.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I understood, JJ.
On cross-examination, defense counsel asked about hooking up with people. He was hooking up with all these people. And you started saying he didn't just hook up with random people. What's your understanding of the people back in 2022 that Jay Lee was hooking up with?
As I mentioned earlier, Jay Lee is very protective of himself, so he would make sure that he knew them a little bit to some degree. He would not be the type of person to just get on and see somebody online and message them to hang out.
He wasn't having random hookups. You also said on cross-examination that he was well recognized in the LGBTQ community. Would that be fair in Oxford?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was well known that he was a man, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it normal to, if someone is trying to hide their sexuality, to try to protect them?
Question. And also didn't go into that.
I didn't understand the question.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay, you can rephrase or repeat, whichever one you want to do. I didn't get it.
Let me rephrase. In the LGBTQ community, is it normal or abnormal, you tell me, to not expose or out someone who's on the down low?
I mean, it's more sort of like of a courteous type of thing. Obviously, someone wouldn't want to be outed, so why would someone else out somebody else? But yes, ma'am.
You wouldn't want someone to do that to you.
Correct.
I never got anything out of it. I was okay.
Patricia says the bigoted attorney is terrified of a good-looking boy in makeup.
Should be finally excused. You're free to go.
It gets worse, guys.
Go and stay, whichever one you want to do, okay? You can return to the audience or go home or whatever you like, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. All right, here's now we on the break, we on, how long is it? What?
Same amount of time.
Break. All right, let's get a few break, because it, let's take a look, as quick as you can.
This is just like basically they're saying he's missing or he was unalive because of his sexuality. I didn't realize it was that like that down there. Who are they waving at? Why is she doing that to the camera? I don't get that. Would not want to meet the defense lawyer with a white hood on. Ooh, the camera. Yeah, that's weird that they would be playing up to the camera when they're there for.
Yeah, that seems very out of place. I'll just say that.
That doesn't. CCC. Yeah. They're spiking the camera.
Very immature, but very out of place.
Armand says it's crazy how those attorneys are treating the kid and his community as though they have only one thing on their mind. Right?
Oh, of course.
Irene says, I think that was a FU in response to the treatment of the witness. Oh, okay, I get it now, JJ. I can't even imagine where this is going tomorrow. I can't even imagine tomorrow. Because you would. I don't think that yours, Leah says, I don't think that yours would like the defense lawyer is very ignorant. Not too sure what you're getting at there, Leah. Sorry, hon. Let's get past that. We'll get.
Somebody get Khalid, please.
I am going to pause this because I have again, just looking at all different angles. Yes, Bob, Wendy is still free. Was it you that did that to us?
I thought it wasn't? No, maybe it
Claudia.
was.
Was it Claudia that did it?
I don't remember now. Yeah, I think it was Claudia.
Someone came into chat the other day and said Wendy has just been arrested. Well, we all just stopped everything. I was on Google. I was going on Google. I was
Yep.
this.
I was searching right away. I was like, no way. Had to check.
Got me really good. Got me good. So what I was going to say was, and I want your guys' opinion. If the young man that's sitting in at the defense table was an Ole Miss football player, would he be sitting at that defense table?
Well, that one's a hard one to call because look at the football players who have
Wendy is
It-
arrested development.
look at how many football players have been accused of doing something to females, and it took years if they even got charged. So, would he, in this case, you're right. I'm agreeing with you. Would he
Well,
even be charged or
the
sitting
reason-
there?
Exactly. The reason I ask is 71 subpoenas or search warrants to try to find any form of evidence.
Had it been a football player sitting, or had the defendant been a football player and they had done more than one search warrant and not found anything, it would have been over. I'll tell you that much. It would have been like, oh, nope, we can't find anything. So, because
He
football's
wouldn't-
more important. College football is more important over there.
Especially, okay, so let me reword this. If he was a star football player,
Then he absolutely would not be there. Absolutely would not be sitting at that table.
because this young man was arrested 2 weeks after Lee
He went missing.
went missing, before there was anything. Then they had 71 search warrants. I'm sorry, it doesn't take 71 search warrants to find evidence. Like, I was just thinking of that because it is a big, huge football school. So I was thinking to myself, would this young man be sitting there if he was a football player?
I guarantee he wouldn't be sitting there.
Did anyone see Murder by Maestro skit at Wendy? It's genius. No, I haven't seen it. And you know who I haven't seen around lately is Jabs. Jibs and Jabs.
I haven't either. Ah.
How do you spell that, Mr. Creekmore?
KHA.
I'll have to look at that, Patricia.
If you would, face the court order there, raise your right hand and be sworn in, this lady here. Come around, have a seat with us here, please.
Oh, this gets good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury who you are?
My name is Khalid Beers.
And what do you do?
I'm an X-ray tech.
X-ray tech?
Correct.
You currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts?
I work in Atlanta at Northside Hospital.
Okay, that's in Atlanta, Georgia?
Correct.
How long have you been there?
I've been there for about a year now.
Okay. How old are you?
Say that again.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay. Where did you have to go to school to become an X-ray tech?
Yes.
Sure. What did you have to do in order to get a job as an X-ray tech?
Well, I went to a radiology program at Mississippi Delta Community College in Moorhead, Mississippi. And it's just a 2-year program. You do clinicals and you do classroom work.
Got a degree?
Yes, sir.
Did clinical work and then got a job in Atlanta?
Right.
Are you living in Atlanta right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How it goes, sir.
And you've been there about a year and a half?
Right.
Now, back in 2022, where were you living?
I was living here in Oxford, Mississippi.
All right, what were you doing here?
I was an X-ray tech at Baptist Memorial Hospital.
Okay. The main hospital here?
Yes,
working
sir.
As an X-ray tech. How long did you work there?
I worked there since 2020. I started off as a student intern, summer of 2020.
All right. And you're 27 years old?
I'm 29 now.
29 now.
Yeah. So I worked at Baptist Memorial about 2 years before I left.
So in 2022, you were how old?
27.
Okay. Now, do you know Jay Lee?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Jay Lee?
Jay was a friend of mine. I met him in the park.
When did you meet Jay Lee?
I met Jay in the summer of 2022, around May.
All right. So you went to the park in May, and can you tell the jury about how you met Jay Lee?
I was there feeding the ducks, and Jay happened to be walking in the park with his dog Lexi. And Jay was real friendly, so he just kind of like approached me, and he was like, "I like your earrings." And I was just like, "Oh, thank you."
X-ray techs in Mississippi make $23.48 an hour. They get salary, benefits, salary satisfaction, and yeah, that's about it. I was curious because Bob said it, so I had to check it out.
And we just kind of struck up a conversation, started talking to each other. I remember it was hot, so we decided to walk over to like the park benches where it was shaded. We continued chatting, getting to know each other, and we exchanged information. And we said we should hang out sometime.
From that moment that you met Jay Lee, how would you describe how often y'all communicated with one another?
We talked to each other about every other day.
Okay. And how would y'all communicate with each other?
We communicated with each other through Snapchat.
All right. And for some people that don't know how that app works, how can you communicate with somebody, the different ways that you can communicate with someone if you're both friends on Snapchat?
Okay, so Snapchat, basically what it is, you send people pictures with messages on them. They open them up, and you can send pictures back with messages on them. You also can directly message them. So it's just like an open chat, kind of like an iPhone message. There's a text thread there. You can do video calls, things of that such.
Okay. Would you use all different kinds of methods to communicate with Jay Lee?
Yes.
Through the messaging, through voice calls?
Yes, sir.
As well as taking photographs or video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
Okay, I may be old, but is Snapchat another one of those decrypted like WhatsApp?
Well, with Snapchat, you can send messages that or pictures and stuff like that will delete like immediately. But I don't know if you can, that's the one thing I don't know is if you can find, like on Facebook, you can go on there, the police can go on there and they can find your messages on Facebook. I don't know if Snapchat, they can do that, or if Snapchat's more like Telegram, is what I mean. I'm not sure on that either.
Bob says, or Armand says, this case is a classic example of a generation gap between attorneys and the witnesses. Jury is likely to be one of the older generations. Thanks, Bob. Bob says, I'm not old, but thank you. Yeah, because I wonder if it's encrypted like WhatsApp.
From May until July, how would you describe the progress or the nature of your relationship? You know, you just meet him in May, but by the time you get to July 8th, how would you describe to the jury that relationship?
It was a pretty good relationship. I thought it was a genuine relationship. I thought it was nice to make a genuine gay friend. So that was nice. And
thanks, Irene.
Now, are you part of the LGBT community?
That's
yes,
right.
I am a gay
I
man.
remember that.
Okay. Now, how would you describe Jay Lee? Would he be a part of that LGBTQ community as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the early morning hour, well, let me back up. If you could describe to the jury what your
I don't think so,
work
Judy.
schedule was and around the time of July of 2022.
Pawpaw.
Okay, so I work a 7-on, 7-off rotation. I go to work 7 days a week and I'm off 7 days a week. And I would work
Damn.
from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Damn.
So 7, 12.
The night shift.
Yes, sir, the night shift.
All right. Now,
How many
just
naps?
briefly describe what your duties are as an X-ray tech at Baptist Hospital.
All right, so like I said, I just shoot x-rays. If you come in and you have a cough or cold, we shoot a chest x-ray. If you're in a motor vehicle crash and you break a leg, I'm shooting pictures of your leg. If you get a gunshot wound, you know. So it's just diagnostic imaging.
Okay. So on July the 8th, early
What does
morning
this
hours,
mean anything?
were you actually working a shift at Baptist Memorial Hospital?
I was.
Okay. And that would have started at 7 p.m. and would have carried on until 7 a.m. that next morning.
Right.
All right. So 7 p.m. on July the 7th to 7 a.m. on July the 8th.
Correct.
All right. During that time, did you ever get a break?
Yeah, I think it was Claudia too, Leah.
Yeah, I
Good
mean,
one.
Or let
We
me
have-
ask, did you receive any messages that night?
me and Jay were texting the whole entire night.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
I agree, Irene. It makes no sense.
now there was a time
Because you worked
period
7 days a week, 12
when you
hours a
got
day, are you sure
text
you know
from
what you're
him that
talking
you
about?
didn't see it until later. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we were texting up until probably like 1 a.m.
Okay.
and then it stopped. And then I received another text message from him at 5:21 in the morning.
Okay.
And it just said I'm bored.
All right.
At
Did
5:21,
you
go
see
to
that
sleep,
as
my
soon as
son.
that text came through?
So the way Snapchat works, you just get a notification. It says, hey, Jay has sent you a message, but you have to actually open it up to see what it says. I saw it when he sent it to me, but I was working.
Right.
So I do morning portables at 5:30 in the morning.
What does that mean?
Okay, morning portables, you know, get a list of people every day who need chest x-rays, who just had surgery per se and just need to be checked up on daily. So I had my list of chest x-rays. I said, hey, this will take me about 30 minutes to do. At 5:30, I'm gonna run up and do it, and I'll be back down when I get done. And when I'm finished, I'll reach back out to him.
Okay.
So that's what I did.
All right. So what happened after that?
I decided to call him. I video chatted him. And when I video chatted him, I noticed that he was up and he was on the go.
You noticed what?
He was up.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, for me, I'm like, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I expected him to be in bed maybe.
Right.
But like I said, it was daylight. I could see it was bright out. I could see that he like wasn't at home in
He
bed.
sent it
All right.
to his friend.
Did you make any other observations about what he was doing?
It looks like he was leaving his house.
Okay. How do you know that?
Like I said, the phone was pointed up and I could see like a hallway to like the outdoors. And I asked him, I was like, where are you going? He told me he was going to be grown.
I don't think that's here. The response may be hearsay,
And Bob,
Can we approach?
Pawpaw sent it to his friend, remember? And his friend gave the video.
I make a tough call for a minute, so I'm gonna ask y'all to step into the jury room and let me listen to these lawyers argue.
Okay.
Bob, he was talking about the victim, messaged him and said he was bored. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag here, but something gets said that is going to set everybody off.
Way to get us worked up.
Armand, yeah,
Right,
setting up a timeline.
the witness had stated that he asked Mr. J. Lee, where are you at? At that time, there was objection, I assume, in anticipation of what the answer to that question was gonna be anyway. I assume that he's gonna say J. Lee responded in some manner, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what you're objecting to?
And basically, if the court would allow, the state would proffer that
Tell me what the answer to that question would have been.
Jay Lee is basically going to say to Mr. Fears that he's on his way to meet somebody. They had gotten an argument before, but he's going back because he's expecting some benefit, a sexual benefit.
And the defense contends that's hearsay.
Witnesses to be burning on a bus.
Is it
by
offered for the truth of the
Drew
matter
France.
asserted?
Ooh,
It is
I don't
not.
think I've ever read that.
What's it offered for then?
I'm going to let Gwen
I'm gonna
argue
look
this.
that book up.
All right. Well, if it is, if it's either is or is not offered for truth of the matter asserted,
Way it would not be is because
I'm gonna let Gwen, I'm gonna let one at a time argue. I'm gonna pick your best horse to ride. Go ahead.
Pick
Yes,
your
Your Honor.
best horse to ride.
Your Honor, well, our argument is twofold. We're offering it for the truth of the matter that he was going to go somewhere. The hearsay exception for it is the then and there existing mental state or condition. Your Honor, I actually have a case site for the court. It is Holloman v. State, 178 Southern 3rd 689.
If you would give me just a second to get my able assistant, I want to actually read the case instead of, not that I don't take y'all's word for what it said, but I like to read them myself. Did you get that site book?
I can give the court an overview while you're waiting for it to
All right, go
print.
ahead, please do.
In that case,
I'd like to have a
Sheldon was
barbecue
charged with
with Judge.
having killed his wife. Her friend,
I think he'd be a
his
fun
wife's
time.
name was Laura, and Laura spoke to, yes, Katie, her friend, before leaving. She told Katie that she was leaving him, that she wanted a divorce, and that she was taking her clothes from the closet, packing them up and leaving. It was within the court's discretion, of course, in the admissibility, but the argument was that it was a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, or pain. And it did not include memory or belief to prove the fact remembered. It was just what she was going to do. And it's related to her execution or identification of the declarant's will. Mr. Fears is here to testify as to what Jay Lee was telling of what his intent was, why his intent was that. It is similar to the statements made by Holloman's wife to her friend regarding what she intended to do, which is that she was going to leave him and she was going to pack up her clothes and that she wanted a divorce. In that case, it was allowed to come in. It was affirmed by the court.
Like, what is it,
Your Honor probably has the case by now.
Let me,
what is it, the
direct me to a head note or something.
Yes, it's actually
Head note number 10, that's spontaneous statement.
head note 6, the paragraph before that has section 3. So whether the trial court erroneously admitted hearsay statements by the victim.
Y'all give me just a second.
Even if they allowed this argument, this to come in, he doesn't say where or who he was going to meet. He just says he was going to meet someone, but it doesn't say who.
I'm wondering if because of the way they're trying to narrow the time down, and then he says he's going to go meet somebody, and then they happen to know that there was communication going on between the defendant and Jay Lee, that they're trying to tie it together in that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it truly does. But if it's on Snapchat and they can get this information, why didn't they subpoena the Snapchat conversation?
I
from this
understand the
gentleman?
state's argument that y'all contend this is, state contends while this is hearsay, that there's an exception to the hearsay rule.
Yes, Your Honor. It is also, I would further argue that it is, the detective will later testifies they received this information. It is going to come into how, when the detective testifies, it's about how they proceeded in their investigation. And then later on, I mean, the defendant admits that he invited him over.
That
So
judge's bench
it's,
is gorgeous.
you know, even if it was ruled not a hearsay exception, Your Honor, it, although we do believe it to be one, it would be harmless because the same information is coming. But, yeah.
I'll hear from the defense. Anybody want to can argue it. No.
Case that they cited is making reference to a statement made in the presence of a witness that observed the event occur as to some type of assault. That's not the case here. Also, what they're telling the court is that they anticipate that if you let it in now, it would be harmless error because it's going to come in later. Your Honor, under that particular case law, it doesn't satisfy the exception as a present sense
Good night,
impression.
Bob. Take care, my friend.
They're having conversations about conduct that may or may not occur between the declarant and
I hear you.
someone else. Case they've cited is certainly not.
I'm in for a snowstorm tomorrow,
I'm
so I might get a day
gonna
off.
take just a minute and read the case in its entirety anyway.
Miss you too, Bob.
Night, Bob.
One thing I am going to say is if this young man is guilty
Oh, in that particular case,
and they find him
I'm with
guilty,
you.
I sure hope he
witness
lets the mom know
observed
where her
the
boy is.
activity between the alleged victim and the defendant, and as a result of that, the statement, she packing up, going to divorce the individual, courtroom because she had observed something, and that statement was made during the course of that particular event, and statement made after that, there was a connection between the two. It's clearly not here in this case.
That was the prosecutor asking Leah.
Let me just leave one more second.
Okay, so what I don't understand here, guys, it was the male prosecutor asking the questions, I believe. But the female prosecutor's arguing the oh my gosh, what's the word? It's gone. The objection.
Yeah, yeah. I think sometimes it just comes down to the simple fact of who is a little bit better at certain arguments where they're going to come in. And so if she happens to be better at that type of like the objections and stuff like that, that's where she would go ahead and take over. So it's just who's better at what, and they work. That's why they work as a team.
Okay, because I'm trying to think back because I never seen Georgia and Sarah Dugan do that. If Georgia was doing the cross or things like that, she would always argue the objections. So I just thought that was weird.
If for some reason I'm thinking back to, and I know it wasn't criminal, but I'm thinking back to the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. And I do remember a few objections that one of the other attorneys would hold, like they would go ahead and go forward for that. So it does it's a teamwork thing. And it's just who's better at what. So some people are better at like cross examinations. And so you'll see certain attorneys that just do the cross examinations and stuff like that. It's just who's better at what.
Okay. And Leah says, how can these questions be helping the defense? They're not helping the defense. The prosecutor called him as a witness, and she's trying to get him to be able to say that Jay Lee mentioned to him that he was on his way out to go meet somebody that he was in a fight with previously, but he wants to go meet him because now it's makeup time. So they're trying to get that in, but the defense is arguing that's hearsay, and she's arguing it's not hearsay, or it's an exception to the hearsay rule. So, all right, we'll get back to it. Imagine how much that judge's bench cost to make. That's incredible.
It's beautiful.
What kind of wood is that? Anybody know?
Mahogany? It looks like mahogany.
It's beginning to look a lot like. Yes.
What?
It's what.
Where did that Christmas music come from?
I thought that my phone was on silent. I'm sorry. You know I hate Christmas music.
I was like, please no. It's going to be snowstorming here tomorrow.
I'm so sorry. I thought my phone was on complete silent. Because I was trying to look something up.
Christmas carols?
No, God, no. You know how I feel about Christmas music. No, I was trying to look
Walnut.
something up and an ad came up.
Thanks, Patricia. Walnut. That's a nice looking wood.
Oh, it is beautiful. I thought it was mahogany. Oh, mahogany is a little darker, I think, but it's beautiful.
It's so weird because when I was younger, I couldn't stand the look of wood or wood coloring or anything like that. The older I get, I'm like appreciate wood more, like wood furniture, and it's like, wow, is that ever beautiful?
I don't really care for light woods. I like the mahogany and these color like this. I don't like light wood, like oak. I don't really care for oak.
Irene says, my daughter wants to listen to Xmas music November 1st. No.
Yeah, Christmas music haunts me.
As soon as Remembrance Day is done here, which is November 11th, well, I no. It used to be after November 11th, Christmas decorations would go up in stores and you would set up for Christmas. Now it's right after Halloween and they start playing Christmas music November 1st.
They start things early over here too. It drives me nuts. I hate going to the store.
It's a shameful. I think you wait till November or wait till Remembrance Day's over, then do it. But
Wait till Christmas Eve and then do it. But I hate going to the stores this time of year.
so our Remembrance Day is similar to what you would call your Veterans Day.
Oh, okay. Ouch.
All right, I'm gonna find that is an exception to the hearsay rule being,
So he gets to say it.
803.3, admissible rules of evidence. A statement of declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, pain, and bodily health.
I gotta go back. Watch this, guys. Watch this guy. Watch the guy.
Hold
Hold on. I gotta go back.
Is pain, is intent, state of mind, rules of evidence.
Okay.
3.
Hold on. I'm gonna pause it here. So see the guy over in the corner behind the calendar, by the calendar, with the coral necktie,
Right.
and the guy right beside him in the vest. When the guy beside him in the vest sneezes or coughs, watch the guy in the coral necktie look at him and like, are you freaking serious? Oh, that was brilliant. Watch this.
Rules of evidence. A statement of declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, bodily health. Ron, if the testimony is,
Oh, wow.
I'd ask the witness to step out for a minute because I
Christmas
don't
doesn't start
want.
until I hear Fairy Tale of York
I
by
don't know what the testimony is going to be, and I don't want
August.
to
I've never heard that, Patricia.
be giving
It is a beautiful
anybody
song.
horse on what to say.
He was like, it almost looked like he said, are you okay?
Right. As it relates to, as to the extent that the statement by Jay Lee to this witness is to what his plan was, I will allow it, route to be introduced. Nothing further than that. Nothing further than what his plan was.
Fairy Tale of New York.
I don't know what the statement is, but if it's something more than what he planned to do, that'll be excluded. As to what he planned to do, it'll be admissible. Is that clear as mud? And if somebody wants to give me a proffer of what that statement is anticipated to be, I'll tell you what portion of it is admissible and what portion of it is not admissible.
My understanding of the statement is, as he testified, he was basically on like a FaceTime with Jay Lee as he was leaving his apartment. He wasn't at home, and that he will testify that Jay Lee was telling him that he was going where he was going and why he was going there. He was like, I'm going back to meet this guy I met with earlier. I blocked him on everything because we had a fight earlier. And that's what the statement is going to be.
I don't, I'm not gonna let the part about, because we had a fight earlier in, he can say that I'm planning on going somewhere, but I'm not gonna let him talk about that.
I think that's where we get into not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. Y'all carried me pretty far down the hearsay road already. That's as far as I'm going. You please do. You can make any proffer proof that you like. Once he hears that information, this is on the early morning hours of July the 8th, 5:58. On July the 11th, he has sent a post from social media from OPD asking for information on the whereabouts.
Anybody ever
of Jay
seen
Lee.
Chris shoes?
It's that information about the fight and about where he was going
Saddest
that resulted
ever.
in this witness on his own contacting law enforcement to provide them that information. Whether it's true or not, doesn't matter. But because of the nature of the information, it was important that he tell law enforcement.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to those witnesses. But as to this witnesses, I'm gonna let him testify as to what Jay Lee's plan was. That the plan is I'm going to see, I'm going to see some guy, basically. But I'm not gonna, I don't think that the reasoning behind the plan is not the same as the plan anyway. And that's court ruling. You can ask the defendant what Jay Lee told him about where he was planning to go.
Okay.
And what he was planning to do as to his motivation as to why he made that plan or as to why he was going where he was going. I'm going to exclude that testimony. That's not part of the plan. That's the basis behind the plan. All right, and if you need a minute to discuss that with your attorney before, with your witness
So he's not gonna be able to say they
before you get back before the jury, I'll let you do that. Court is going to find us. For purposes of this witness is hearsay. For purpose of some other witness, the complete statement may not be hearsay, but for purpose of this witness is this time, the court's going to find it as hearsay.
So where he was planning to go. Okay, I was just writing down what Your Honor said the question was.
See what now?
I was writing down the question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I could remember what he told her she could ask.
Anybody have any objection, Mr. Creekmore advising, or we won't do it here on the record, any limitations?
If you ever get a chance, watch Christmas Shoes with Rob Lowe.
All right.
Sad movie, guys, sad, but it's a good one.
Y'all wish me to address the witness, or y'all want to try to talk to the witness? Do y'all wish me to address the witness on some limitations, or y'all want to try to do that?
I've spoken to Mr. Fears about the court's ruling
Okay.
with respect to not saying anything in the presence of the jury about Jay Lee saying that they had been into a fight earlier.
That's
Is that correct, Mr. Fears? Okay.
All right. All right, shut the jury back in.
Oh, I forgot to add, Christmas shoes is actually a true story too.
All right, everybody good on the jury? All right, you may proceed with the question in this matter.
Thank you, Honor. Before we took a break, we were talking about you noticing on your phone, I believe it was 5:21, that you had gotten a message from Jay Lee.
You're welcome. Just have your
5:21
tissues
a.m.
with you.
Yes, sir. 5:21 a.m. He texted me. He said, "I'm bored."
Okay, all right. And then you called him
5:58. I call him.
5:58,
5:58.
and you could tell he was going somewhere.
Yes.
Did you hear him get in his car?
Yes.
Did you know what kind of car he had?
He had a black Ford car with his name on the tag.
Jay Lee on the back.
Yeah.
Any other noticeable features about the car?
No, it had a big stripe on the front of it.
Okay, all right. And could you hear the car in the background?
Yes.
All right. And what was said in that conversation with Jay Lee?
He was just telling me about how he had seen someone earlier, and he was going to see the person who he had seen earlier. And he described the things that they did. He also told me that.
Why would the prosecutor do that? Why not just say, did he say he was going to meet someone? Yes, done.
Yes. What happened after that?
I have been
Okay.
bored at
What else did he
5:20
say?
a.m. all my life. Same here.
He said,
Puts me right to sleep.
What his plans were. In that conversation, did he tell you what his plans were?
he said he was
Oh,
going to get
wow,
oral sex,
Patricia.
receive oral sex.
Why would, to each his own, I guess. Yeah, shut that blind. The poor kid's being blinded.
Thank you, Honor. Was it your understanding that he was going to meet somebody for that oral sex?
Correct.
All right. What if, were you concerned about that?
I mean, yeah,
All right. Why were you concerned?
because of what he previously told me.
Okay. Well,
That
did you know enough about Jay Lee in the LGBT community to know that he was out in the open?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know anything about his preferences?
Yeah, he communicated with me what he liked.
Okay.
He told me what he also attracted, though.
And
the juror just fell off their chair.
did he look up to you in some way?
I would say so, yeah. We were,
And why is that?
because I was a 27-year-old man. I mean, I'm not new to this. I've been around the block. I know how it works. I know how it goes.
All right. And did you give him any advice about that?
Yeah, I would tell him that like a down low man or like a man who isn't comfortable with their sexuality is not someone you want to be out here hooking up with. I was like, because, you know, if
What did
they-
you tell him?
I told him, I said, they will kill you before their dirty little secret gets exposed.
Okay, I have to do.
Now,
Okay. How do I say this? I got to be careful with what I say here.
Is that the wording you're trying to be skate around?
I'm trying to, because the fact is, I get what he's saying there, but at the same time, I disagree with it too. At one point, this man was not open, right? And he probably had encounters with another man. So what he's saying is basically because he was not open at that time, would he have been able to kill somebody for that? I think that's just putting a stigma. I'm putting a stigma on somebody that is not yet ready to be out in the open.
Wait, can you ask that again?
So what he said was, he told Jay Lee that don't mess around with somebody that's on the down low.
Right.
Because they'd be willing to kill you to keep their dirty little secret.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is I don't like that so much, as for the fact is, at one point this man here was not out in the open.
The witness or
Yeah.
the defendant? Okay,
No,
sorry.
the guy on the stand, the witness.
Yes, yes. Go on
The
then.
one that said that.
Yeah.
So at one point he would have not been out in the open.
Right.
And he would have still been having encounters with another boy or
Right.
man at the time.
Yes.
So he's putting stigmas on people that are still not
comfortable with being outed.
Right. As they will kill you.
Mhm.
Well, I would ask this gentleman, at one point in your life, were you at the point where you could have killed somebody because you weren't out in the open yet? I think it's a stigma that they're putting on gay people that I don't feel, I'm not, but I don't feel comfortable with that stigma that what he just said. That's what I'm
Right.
trying to say.
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it seems like he's reaching here, but it almost makes it sound like he's saying, well, I would have been, my question would have been, and did you ever feel like getting rid of somebody just to protect yourself? I mean, it's like, it's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous question. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I see what you're saying now.
But I get it. I get what Irene says. I actually do think that men on the DL are potentially dangerous. But at some point in every person that's gay had a point where they were on the DL. They didn't just automatically be open. We know this from them talking about it, saying, you know, we had to hide who we were. We weren't allowed to be open with our sexuality, things like that. So at one point, this gentleman here himself was on the DL. I think it's a stigma.
It is. You're right. Or a stereotype that he's trying to place on them. Yeah, you're right.
And Patricia says, Rochelle, it happens a lot more than one would think. I agree. I truly do. With the fact that it happens more than we know. I don't know. I just took it as, you know, now you're kind of being prejudiced to the ones that aren't secure in their sexuality as you are. So you're placing them as a danger. They're apt to unalive you. I listen, I'm not I don't know much. I just know what I've heard. I have a cousin that is gay, and took her a very long time to come out, and she she had many relationships, but I don't there she would have never ever been I'm on the down low so I could kill someone type
Yeah.
of thing. I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way when he said it. But I can be completely wrong. That's just my opinion, guys. And I like that Irene piped in. Why does this subject turn everybody into a buffoon? Right?
Mhm.
Irene says that's why they're dangerous. Their whole lives could be over if they're even seen as gay. But and I agree with that, Irene. But at some point, every gay person, male or female, was on the down low. There was years and years where they all hid. Nobody knew.
No, I don't think that's necessarily like I understand what you're saying, Rochelle, but I actually don't think that is completely true because I know people that when they were 13 years old, when they're just discovering themselves and they're saying, you know what, I prefer, and they would say basically they prefer the same sex as they were. So I think it's an older generation thing to where it was much more of that. Look back old Hollywood, right? Look at old Hollywood. They they would have fake relationships set up to cover for an actor or an actress that was
But
gay.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Uh,
Yes, so
I'm saying the younger generation though isn't necessarily all that way. Is all I'm
no,
saying.
because somebody's paved the way for them to feel
Right.
comfortable coming out.
Right. So I was just saying because you were saying at one time all gay people were on the DL, and I'm just saying no. I think that's an older generational thing because
But I'm
today,
older.
yeah, but I'm just pointing out that these guys are younger than us.
Mhm.
And even though this guy might have at that time, it could have been because his family wasn't as accepting. And so there are reasons that some gay people will still be on the DL, you know, if their families aren't accepting of that lifestyle, if you want to call it a lifestyle, that's just the term that is used most often. But you know, if your families are not comfortable with it, if you're scared to come out to your family, then yeah, I could see um younger people still being on the down low. But for the most part, I think it's changed a lot for guys and girls in their age group.
Yeah, like I said, guys, I just it comes across to me as putting another scarlet letter on them to keep, which then keeps them still in that proverbial closet.
Right, because it keeps them in fear. They don't know, like it's this constant thing that we see, and it's one of those that you know, as long as we instill fear in people that they are going to be predators, they're going to be this or they're going to be, you know,
Mhm.
fill in whatever word you want to on that one, you know, then more people will continue to not want anything to do with them and they'll continue to be the villains. They'll continue to villainize people.
Yeah,
So,
and I
so
agree. Like Patricia said, it's been used as an excuse many times, as in he came on to me and I lost it. I agree.
exactly. Yes.
I agree. I just the way he said it, I think it rubbed me the wrong way. As the fact is, he labeled all people that way instead of saying, you know, you don't know how deep this person is, like, and it could get dangerous. You don't know, but he labeled all people as DLs could kill you. So that's what I think. That's just, yep, no bashing, just friendly banter. Absolutely. I guess that's just how I took what he said, but I totally see what Irene's saying. I totally see what Patricia's saying, and I totally get what you're saying, Jamie. It's I just as soon as I heard it earlier, I'm like, whoa.
No,
That's almost like shaming someone and putting a scarlet letter on someone that's not secure enough to come out yet.
well, yeah, absolutely. And I was agreeing with you, Rochelle, on what you're saying. I was just pointing out the difference in the ages. And so when I was just, I don't know, in my brain, because I have family members that are gay and they did come out at a really young age. And so in my brain, I automatically go to that. Well, it's not everybody, and I go into defense mode. And it is just a friendly banter. And I know that I'm not attacking you or upset at you because you didn't do
No.
anything wrong. I'm just pointing that out because when you say all of them were on the down low at some time, then that still puts in that it still kind of rings true that we're looking at it in a one way lens.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
I should have said the older generation.
So,
Because
but I agree with what you're saying.
the younger generation seems more open to be who they are. So, and good on them. Good on them for that. That's what I say.
Me too.
How would you describe,
Yeah, see, exactly, Patricia. My daughter is gay and has been with her partner for 12 years, but she kept it on the down low where her grandparents were concerned.
Right. And I've seen that too. Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
like the grandma can't know.
Yeah. But, I say to listen, love is love, people.
I agree.
Love is love. And this world would be so much better if everybody just allowed people to love. Did the victim actually say he was going to out the defendant? I haven't heard anything where
I haven't.
he said that. No.
No. And from what I can take away from some of this so far is because of his degree and everything in that manner, I think that he would have been in the mindset of it's not my place to out somebody else. That is their place. I'm not going to go and say, oh, this guy's gay or anything like that because that's not my place. I wouldn't want somebody to do it to me. And I think that's the mindset he had in his field that he was in.
Right. And plus, he was very involved in I'm going to say this, LGBTQT. I always say it wrong. Anyway, I always say it wrong. But he was very involved in that. So I just don't see where he would have. So again, we don't know. We
have no idea because he's not here to tell us. But I just don't think he would have been that kind of person because he was involved in the LGBTQ community.
LGBTQ. I always say it wrong.
It's okay. We love you.
Because, but the thing is, I don't even understand. Okay, I get it. They've labeled whatever, but we don't say WW woman or WWG. I don't see why putting labels on things matter.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like labels.
I just don't care about it.
No.
Jay Lee?
I don't like labels. We're all human people.
Well, first of all, Jay was very brave. You get what I'm saying? He was very fun, friendly. He loved to dance, vibrant, bright.
And when you saw him, was he typically always put together fashionably? So what about his relationship with his
all
dog?
dressed well.
He didn't go anywhere without her.
Didn't go anywhere without
Shame on me.
Lexi. All right. And when you were talking to Jay Lee at 5:58 a.m., how did he sound then? Did he sound depressed or concerned about anything?
No.
Did he sound more like the Jay Lee that you're used to? Vibrant?
Yes.
Excited?
He sounded like he was going to go have some fun.
Okay.
Just going to get boom, chicka, boom, boom.
Of course, indulgence.
Oh, wow, Irene.
Oh, wow. Took me a second to read that. Sorry, I had to sit up to read the monitor. Oh,
All right. Did you know Jay Lee to
Could be,
use
Leah.
social media?
Yes.
Did you pay attention to what he posted?
Yes.
All right. And then after July the 8th, well, let me ask you this. Did you know him to post often and regularly?
Jay would post every day on his story.
And then after your last conversation with him, did you ever see him post anything again?
I did not.
All right. Now, did he ever try to contact you again?
After?
After?
No.
Did you ever try to contact him?
Yeah, I reached out to him and I said, "Hey, friend," and it never got open. The message was never open.
Message was never opened. All right. Then what happened on July the 11th of 2022?
July the 11th. Okay. I woke up getting ready to go to my shift. I got ready. And before I'm leaving out the door, I'm checking my phone, looking at my messages. And someone messaged me saying, "Hey, I see that you've been hanging out with Jay a lot. He's missing. Have you seen him?"
Okay.
So that happened. And once I got to work, I reached out to the number that was on the UPD, the campus police.
Did they send you the post from University Police Department sending out a request for information?
Yeah.
So you had that post,
Mm.
you called that number.
Right.
All right. And what happened after that?
I worked my normal regular shift. Two police officers, I'm assuming, came to my job later on that night and interviewed me.
Okay. So you reached out to law enforcement to tell them what you knew, to see, did you know whether that was going to be
Have you
helpful
met
or
Alex's
not?
little
Well, I
friend?
mean, I knew it would because I knew what kind of conversation we had.
Huddle up, Grannies.
Okay. So when you found out Jay Lee was missing, it made, in your mind, that conversation even more important.
Absolutely.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
Little friend and special friend. Yep.
Into the witness room.
Examination.
Thank you.
Oh,
Good morning, Mr. Spears. How you doing today?
I'm well.
I hate having, when I get into these court cases, I start going down all these different roads. And with the amount of evidence that we know they have against this young man sitting at the defense table, could equal the same amount of evidence they have with this young man sitting on the witness stand. Because he obviously had quite the conversations with him. I'm just going to have to stop going down those fork roads until I know more, but it's just, it is right. It's scary that literally this young man sitting on the witness stand could be just as close to where the defendant is. If he wasn't working that day, if this man was not working that day, he could as easily been in that chair. That is scary.
I missed it. I just wondered, you work at Baptist. What are your job responsibilities? I just wanted it on my notes. What do you do out there?
I was an X-ray tech at the time.
Are you still doing that now?
I'm still an X-ray tech today.
But not at Baptist.
But not at Baptist.
Sound like you worked a lot of hours.
Did.
Okay.
I worked 40 hours a week.
12 on, 12 off. And that's a full-time job you had there, right?
Right.
How long had you been working there?
Exactly,
Been working
Irene.
there since 2020.
Okay. And so when you testified earlier that you met Jay Lee in the park, when was that? How long had you known Jay Lee prior to July the
Exactly,
8th
Patricia.
of 2022?
I met him in the park in May.
May. So y'all known each other, became pretty instant friends, pretty tight at that particular time.
We were building a friendship. We were getting to know each other.
Okay. Were y'all involved in any type of relationship at all?
We were friends.
Okay, just friends, no other type of relationship. Okay. Would it be a fair statement, Mr. Fears, to say that that during the course of your coming friends with
He does, Irene.
Mr. Lee, that he used different platforms to establish hookups with basically random hookups?
Would it be fair?
Yeah. To say that.
I don't understand the question.
Did he use as well as, I mean, you have, according to what I understand,
Right, guys.
during the course of the investigation, my understanding is that Jay Lee and yourself, not necessarily together, used an app called Jacked.
Okay.
That Jacked is an app for the purpose of hookups, right?
It can be used for a lot of things. It can be used for hookups, dating, chat, networking.
But for purposes of Jay Lee's use of Jack, and you're not necessarily yours all the time, but it was used for hookups for Jay Lee, as you understand it.
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, but you remember giving a statement at the time that you were interviewed, that you referenced to on direct examination, that that jacked up is something that he and you and Jay Lee used to hook up.
Improper engagement.
Oh, Armand, it gets worse. Attorney is trying to make the victim a predator with random hookups. I don't fancy this line of questioning. No, I don't either. And it gets worse. So he brought that. It's called Jacked. He's just making himself look deeply bigoted. Absolutely, Patricia. Oh, it gets worse. Telling you guys, you're going to lose it. He really does nothing unless he's playing to the jury. If he's playing to the jury, I see it. If he's not playing to the jury, he's just a freaking and he does his client no good here.
Mr. Fears, not a trick question. The app Jack, did you use it, and did you have knowledge that Jay Lee used it for the purpose of hooking up with other people?
I think you could only assume that. Jay never said, hey, I'm on this app doing this.
God, I'd like to have this part for identification.
Check and see if it's snowing yet. Well, I understand that, JJ, but if the jury is like this man, you'll understand what I'm like. I hate to call people this because I don't like to, but if I am shocked this man is defending a young black man is all I'm gonna say.
I'm wondering if he's what's it called? Appointed to him.
Oh, maybe. No snow yet, guys. Yay! You'll Armand says, this is the type of stupid stereotype that must be abandoned. All gay men are promiscuous and have only one thing on. Absolutely, Armand. I second that. They show him once in a while.
It's not just two.
Just a young man.
Thank you. Mr. Beers, I know it's been a long time. But I want you to, I'm gonna point on this.
That's right,
particular
not just gay men.
identified as Defense Exhibit D2. And just read it. I'm gonna run my pen across it so we don't go through the whole document. Tell me whether or not you recall providing this information during the course of the interview that we referenced. You've had an opportunity to look at.
Oh, sorry.
Years old, so we had to get y'all shade for the window anyway. Dodge and sunlight protect the skin so you can see.
Gotcha.
As far as that particular statement, you recall making that statement to the detectives pertaining to the Jack Up app, that you told them there was an app that you and Jay Lee used for the purposes of hooking up with other males in the local area.
The detectives asked me what Jack was because they didn't know what it was. So I described to them what Jack was, what it could be used for, that hooking up with people is what you can use the app for. Most one of the things you can use the app for.
But as far as the portion of it in this particular statement, I'm not going into the rest of it, but for
I'm gonna ask about this particular question.
It's a recorded interview, and that.
Is what now?
Yeah, I got what you're saying, JJ.
I thought we weren't gonna have talking objections.
If there is, I'm gonna let you ask this last question. Did you, I think he's already answered the question anyway, but I'm gonna ask the question one more time.
Do you recall giving, you admit or deny that you gave that particular statement to the law enforcement?
What particular statement? The one that you just showed?
Whether or not that app, that y'all used that app for hookups.
That we used it for hookups?
Yes. You deny that statement.
I still don't understand the question.
The question is, do you admit or deny that what's in this officer's report pertaining to what they took down in this report is in your interview, at some point in time, you admit or deny that you told them that Jack was a app that y'all used to hook up with men in the local area?
I admit to telling them what Jack was, that what you could use it for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Tricia.
You also are familiar with the fact that further down during the interview, you also identified not only Jack as an app that Jay Lee used, but BLK and Grindr in order to have hookups.
I don't know what BLK is. I never said that.
Show you again whether or not you recall this statement in this officer's report, okay?
You have an objection? Go ahead, Vic.
Your Honor, the interview is the
Yeah, come on.
Yep. You caught that, Armand? It gets worse.
I will say this, if there is,
It gets even worse. Way worse. I was stunned. I actually was yelling at my TV.
I'm starting to picture you as a very angry person screaming at your TV all day long, just so you know.
When I hear very rude, I'm going to say it, racist comments, yeah, I do. I don't like that. AJ, I think you're on to what's going to be said. Yeah, vilifying them, connecting socially. I was waiting to say, did he have a OnlyFans? I was waiting for it. They are. Even the defendant, when you see him, he's very poised, very like, oh, he's back.
Hi, Jake.
Oh, he's looking.
Jakey. Jake.
Thank you, Irene. I listen, I'm a fierce person for anybody that's being treated badly.
Yep.
Doesn't matter white, blue, green, purple, orange. If you're being treated unfairly, I'll call it out. There, JJ. It's me. In this day and age, you have to take the time to edit your speech and be respectful, even if you do not understand. Unfortunately, yeah. But when I hear it, I don't censor myself. I call it right out, and I call them exactly what they need to be called. Right, Jake?
Ms. Spears,
Yes.
Yeah.
without going into the content of either interview at this point in time, you were interviewed twice, fair statement.
Exactly,
You were
Irene.
interviewed twice or just one time?
And I don't tend to stay quiet.
I was interviewed by two
Come
separate
here,
people.
love.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's my point. First time that you were, according to the report, that I've been provided, 7/12/22 is when, my understanding is you made representations to, the officer about the app Jacked, Grinder, says in here BLK, but you deny
I
making
what you're
any
saying,
reference
BJ.
to BLK. Okay, you know what Grinder is?
I know what Jack is and I know what Grinder is.
What about, okay, and what, would you agree with me that those apps are apps that Jay Lee used, and one of which apparently you used for the purpose of hooking up with other men in the local area?
Okay.
Is that, look at Ms. Spears. Yes or no, then you can explain yourself to the extent you need an explanation. Is that yes or no? Use those apps, correct, to hook up with men in the local area?
You just asked me if Jay Lee and I,
Not together, that you had knowledge that Jay Lee used these apps and knowledge that you used at least the Jack app to hook up with men in the local area.
no, I did not have knowledge that Jay Lee was using the apps to hook up with anybody.
Okay. So the statement in
There.
Defense Exhibit 2,
Oh, there, Jake, tell him.
Khalid explained to us that Jay Lee used apps such as Jack, BLK, and Grindr in order to have hookups. That's wrong in this report.
Jay never told me that he was hooking up with people on these apps. We never had that conversation.
Khalid explained to us that the Jack app, what it is, and showed us how it works. He showed them how it works.
Correct.
He explained that Jack, you did that. That part of the statement is correct, right? Okay.
Ouch.
Khalid explained that the Jack app is something that he and Jay Lee used to hook up with other males. That's
I thought that they had for a minute.
Like I said,
Go get him a pair
Jay
of
never
sunglasses.
told
Nita.
me. Like I said, we were building a friendship.
Sure, I understand that.
And you don't just come out and be like, hey, this is what I'm doing, da, 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 da. No. So I've never heard Jay from his mouth say that, hey, I'm on these apps doing this. Now, what I do may be something totally different, but he didn't tell me that. No.
Okay. And so how often would you and Jay Lee talk? Every day, every other day?
Me and Jay would talk about one every other day, yeah.
All right. And it's a fair statement, is it not, that you were familiar, you had conversations personally amongst yourself through Snapchat and through other, whether it be Instagram, things of that nature between your address and his address? Fair statement, your account, right?
We communicated on Snapchat.
All right. And your account at that time was KHAALIDDY. That's you, right?
Correct.
All right. And
Right, Patricia, he asked him 100 million
it's a
times.
fair statement, is it not, that you and Jay Lee had conversations about what he liked to do sexually and what you like to do sexually through the course of those conversations?
That's not fair to say.
You never had those conversations about.
Armand says, when I was an undergrad in London in the early 90s, the words used on gay men and women were so demeaning. Thought that era has gone. Here we have an attorney calling this noble, classy man, you all. Yep. It gets worse.
Jeez.
And it gets worse. That's the problem. That's why I was yelling at my TV.
About sexual stuff or activities or
We had conversations.
preferences or anything like that.
We had conversations about what guys were we into. I never asked him about who he was having sex with.
Understand that. I'm not necessarily talking about preferences. I'm talking about activity within whatever he may be doing with sexual partners, what you may like, what he may like, things of that nature. You had those conversations through your Snapchat or Instagram conversations with him, right?
We had conversations through Snapchat.
Okay. And his account, one of them was Sucker for Jay. That was one of his that you would send messages to and he'd respond. You're familiar with that account? Or what, that handle, whatever you want to call it. I'm not very tech savvy, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Sucker for Jay was how you conversed with him and sent messages during this time frame.
Is that what his?
Armand says, I am now convinced the attorney gets a rise of saying hook up. You know what I thought? With
I'll tell you what I think.
all these weird questions and stuff. I thought, is the attorney curious?
I was going to ask, is the attorney on the down low?
Yep.
He's getting turned on by this. It's disgusting.
His friends' witnesses are demonstrating more class and poise than this old lawyer ever has.
Absolutely.
Just saying, I agree. When I was hearing this, I stopped because I was going or doing stuff in my house, had my headphones on like I always do when I'm doing stuff and listening. And I was like, he's really curious and he really pushes the narrative of, do you talk about what you like with other men, like what you like to do with other men, and this and that? I'm like, what does this matter? I that is a good possibility. That's why I said I don't understand why he's representing a young black man. It gets worse, guys.
Snapchat ain't working.
I don't know, I'm asking you, what Snapchat did you use with him as far as in June or July 2022?
Well, I'm not sure what his username handle is, but the way his name pops up in my Snapchat, it says J. It has like a little heart emoji.
One of those sucker for J, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's been provided in the discovery response as a
No, because
result
he has
of
it programmed for his friend's name,
that,
not the handle.
Witness doesn't know what the account was.
So I want to hand you and Mark
I understood what you meant.
this for identification.
I agree. He's like, could I get a hook up on Jack? Yep. It's just weird that he goes over this narrative above what you like to do with other men. What you like, what does it matter to the case? What does it matter?
P3.
So I was like, this sounds so odd to me. It's like he's curious. Or he's had a Brokeback Mountain moment and he's reliving it through this. Because you don't go up and just, it has nothing to do with the case, plain and simple, has nothing. I didn't hear that, Irene. If the woman lawyer didn't have those heels on, she wouldn't be able to see over that bench.
And that's why all my heels are 6 inches.
Oh, I don't like 6 inches. Sorry, not meant to be a political statement, just a fact about what happened. Yeah, no, I didn't. I know you didn't mean it like that, Irene. I didn't hear about that. Yeah, she wouldn't be able to see over that bench if she didn't have those heels on. There is a reaction of the Craigslist killer. That was something. Oh, guys, I'm telling you, you got to see this pro se sovereign citizen case that happened today. Oh my God, I died. I was laughing the whole time at work.
D3.
Maybe tomorrow night we'll do it.
It appears, I'm not going to have
After
you read
the
it, I
trial.
promise you, but for purposes of
Oh God, I was dying.
identifying, that's your County, how you go by KHALIDDY on June 6th, correct?
Correct.
And you look at this on here, Sucker for Jay, that's conversations that appear that you had with Jay, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Look at it for just a minute and hold on to it.
How about you look him in the eyes when you're talking to him, sir?
Right?
That appears to be.
Oh, here in the
conversations
UK, we
that
had
y'all
the
had.
grinder killer. Oh my goodness, Patricia.
So it appears throughout this conversation, I don't go to the details, but it appears that y'all are having some conversations about sexual conduct, things of that nature.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, Irene.
I want to direct your attention to the third page, if you don't mind.
Let the state see, if you got a copy of that other document, let him have a copy of the document.
I don't know why lawyers don't do this. If you're going to use something, always have 4 copies. Your copy, the other lawyer's copy, the witness copy, and the judge's copy. Did they learn nothing from Johnny Depp, John?
Johnny Depp, Amber Heard? Huh?
Yeah, I couldn't even spit out the word Johnny out of my mouth. From Johnny Depp's lawyers, they were so well prepared. They at one point show this young man's face, and he has no worry on his face. None.
I don't know if I'd have worry on my face either if they did 71 search warrants and found nothing.
Patricia says Grinder killer's name is Stephen Port. The murders were at first ignored because they were young gay victims. That is just so sad. And, you know, and because of this, that's why I say if he would have been a star football player, I don't think he'd be sitting in that chair.
I don't think so at all.
Yeah, I'm going to look too, Irene. I want to read about that. Not the way I'm praying that the defense attorney is not playing to the jurors. Not that I'm saying he's guilty, because I don't see it yet. But I don't think he's defending his client very well. Oh, look, the coral necktie guy changed seats. It's a woman sitting there now. If there is a universe where this attorney crosses Wendy and asks about her dating apps and P-site use and hookups, I am all for. Oh, me too. Bring it on. The teacher-student sites. No.
Form any opinion, don't talk about the case with anyone.
Sorry, I should have mentioned. I think I did. I said he shouldn't be representing a young black man. Hermione, Wendy, tell us about your Cornhub searches. I'm telling you, because
Oh.
we had said something about that student,
I'm gonna ask that
and then they found those sites on Wendy's.
what's the party's preference on whether the witness stays on the stand during this?
Oh, that hits different
Come
now.
to order. Do the parties have any preference whether the witness remains in the witness stand during our arguments or whether the witness? I want to ask you to go back to the witness stand, Mr. Spears.
And Leah, that's why I said
Don't discuss your testimony.
he could, if he
Okay?
wasn't working that
Thank
day, he could be sitting in that chair. But he was working. He has an alibi.
All right, Mr. Spears, get out there. I'll let you make your objections anyway.
Just didn't want to like. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor, my first objection when we started this was as to I thought he was going to have it be read because, you know, that would be, this is not a report he made coming into evidence without being authenticated. My second objection is that it is hearsay. In looking at this document, he said he identifies it as a conversation, but before he didn't remember it, he's looking at it. There's no top that says this is the sender and this is the receiver. There's no, so I don't know which message goes to which, because this wouldn't even be the proper witness to bring this in under. Secondly, there is not a hearsay exception that this would fit. We're talking about.
I'm gonna do one of these objections at a time. One at a time anyway. We'll get to hearsay we'll get to hearsay, okay? But tell me your first objection anyway.
My first objection was having him read anything on here into evidence. If he reads it out loud, especially
Until such time as something is authenticated to the satisfaction of the court, we're not going to have any reading to the jury. By looking at the document, I don't know who is the giver and who the receiver. The witness may know who the giver and the receiver is. If this witness is able to testify that, yes, I had that conversation with Jay Lee.
Judge,
I was
that's
the
what
giver
the
or I was the receiver.
defense
It's
attorney wants to find out.
Then-
Who's the
then
giver, who's the
we'll move,
receiver?
Then I will move on into any hearsay objection. If the witness can't do that, then we won't get as far as the hearsay objection. But if you want to take the hearsay objection up at this time, rather than ping pong and the jury, you can make your arguments as to why you feel this is hearsay. And I give the defense opportunity to say,
Oh,
purpose
JJ.
of this argument.
That's a good question. For true crime junkies, if you had 30 minutes with anyone in true crime, lawyer, witness, defendant, judge, prosecutor, bailiff, or jury member, who would it be and why? Mine's a given. Wendy Adelson. 30 minutes with that bitch.
Right about now, I'd like 30 minutes with Donna.
Why, Wendy? Because A, she had a man that loved her to death. B, she's supposed to be a mom. Yeah. Why I would want that? Because I'm going to knock that bitch down. That's why.
I honestly want to ask Donna, well, I want to ask her a lot of things, but one of the things I want to ask her is, Was it really worth it to sacrifice one of your children for the other? Because that's what I think Charlie was, sacrificial. It didn't, like, yeah, I don't think they believed that they were going to get caught. I think that they thought they were smarter than everybody else. I mean,
I don't think Donna set out to make Charlie the sacrificial lamb.
no, but when I say that, what I mean by that is basically it's like, okay, if let's just say I was to want to do something incredibly stupid and it was for one of my children, if there was even if it was something stupid that somebody might go down for, I guarantee you I would not have one of my other children do it, is what I mean by that.
But I wouldn't
I wouldn't go to one of my children and say, hey, we need this situation taken care of. Do you know anybody that could do it? Because now I'm involving another one of my children to try to help my other child.
But see,
That's what I'm saying.
I honestly don't think how that went down that way. I think Wendy was moaning to Donna. Donna was moaning to Charlie. Wendy and Charlie, I guarantee, had private conversations.
Oh, it's funny because this is the only part in the Adelson case where you and me differ. And it's so funny because I'm like, no, I really, really think that their mom was yes, I agree that Wendy was sitting there whining so damn much that at one point it just pissed Donna off, and Donna's like, I gotta get this shit taken care of because this is driving me fucking nuts. But I think it was Donna. I think that Wendy set the wheels. I think that she got the boat going. Wheels and boat. Sorry, guys, those are two different things. But everybody knows what I mean. I think that Wendy got it going in motion. Look how far removed she tried to make herself. She had everybody else in place, but I think that Donna was the one that pushed the button, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I 100% disagree. 100%.
And that's why I love you.
I believe Wendy was 100% in control of that. She's just smarter. She's
Armand. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did neither one of us say that?
Because I want a piece of Wendy Adelson. That's why.
That's true.
Georgia Kappelman, I want to know what are all the things she knows about Wendy. Me too. But we'll find that out in Donna's trial. Irene, I agree. I think Wendy played them all. She did. She's smarter than them all. She covered her tracks. The first few minutes she sat in that interrogation room, she threw them all
under the bus. She's like, here, have these guys.
Yeah, Donna is easily to manipulate. I approve that. Oh, I Donna driving a hatred for Dan, 100%. I agree about that. But I also say Wendy understood how much Donna hated Dan. And Wendy played on that hatred. I agree with the Donna hatred, absolutely. But I believe that Wendy understood that hatred, understood her mother well enough, and understood how much her brother craved to please his mother. She, oh, that woman, evil. But okay, we just went. But it was such a good question, though. And
it was an awesome question.
Irene says, I'd want to talk to Michelle Troconis. What did this man say to you that convinced you it was okay to delete Michelle and make those children motherless? That's a good one, too.
Casey Anthony.
Yours is Casey Anthony?
I would like to talk to Casey Anthony.
Why?
Because I know she did it.
Yeah, but
because I want to know what mother would even conceive of that idea and how even
Susan
listen,
Smith?
huh?
Susan
Yeah,
Smith?
well, yes, right. But I'm talking about, yes, Susan Smith, that was disgusting also. I'm not gonna sit there and say, I'm just saying with the Casey Anthony one, she was found not innocent by a jury. And I'm sitting here and I'm so irritated at that still to this day. I know how long ago that was, but I'm pissed. That little girl was so pretty. And how could you, there was chloroform found in that trunk. The, the mother sat there and screamed, it smells like there's been a body basically in this trunk. It was, I don't understand why and then she tried to say her dad was doing stuff to her, and she tried all these different things. It was just so disgusting. I'll just take 5 minutes with that bitch. Just give me 5 minutes. That's all.
That was such a good question.
It was.
That was truly, JJ, amazing question. Maybe JJ says maybe we could have a whole meetup on this. That would, we'd do a show maybe this weekend and use your question as a thumbnail and have people come in. Irene, Casey Anthony is what nightmares are made of. Another one from a weird family. John Benet Ramsey's family.
Yeah.
That's another one. It's crazy. All right, we'll get back to Crime and Coffee.
That was a good question.
Off the rails. It was a good question and it deserved the time because that was a great question.
We should do a show on that and let everybody.
That's what I just said.
I missed that. Sorry, I was looking at my dog.
Only, I'm going to
We'll
assume.
get back to the young man on the stand.
Identified conversations on there, that whether or not they occurred.
There we go.
Already
There he is.
answered that question.
Come back around, Mr. Fears, have a seat.
That was
there.
a
We're
great question.
bouncing you around like a basketball today here and there. I appreciate you bearing with us, okay? All right, show the jury back in.
I really wish these lawyers would have their thing just organized. So you don't hear papers turning and binders clicking. And
Fair warning, I may send you out again in just a minute. I told you we're gonna bounce you around like a ping pong today, so maybe we'll get better. That's the reason trial take 2 weeks sometimes.
I approach John.
Hey, remember the court's instruction on how to conduct the
Here's, I ask you to identify conversation or this document D3, and I think you had responded that the lady KHALIDDY, that's your conversation, your chat to Circle for J, which is Jay Lee, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so once you review, so you're the originator of the conversation and he's the recipient of the conversation on the first level, and then after when he responds to you, he'd be on the left side of the page, correct?
rephrase the
Okay.
question. Identify who is the recipient, who is the,
This is you're sending a chat message here.
Rephrase, just ask if he can identify who is the recipient and who is the sender.
They go back and forth, Your Honor.
On any particular line.
On the left side is the sender in the message. On the right side is the recipient, correct?
Let him ask us, let him review
Review the document, tell me who the sender is. On
There you go.
On these two columns, the question is, who's the sender? On this side?
Just a second, I'm trying to decide who is talking in the conversation. Okay, I got it.
Okay, so tell me, the left side of the column I've identified, third row over, is that sender or recipient?
Sender.
Okay, right side is recipient, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you can identify these conversations. You've looked at the conversations that you've had with Jay Lee through y'all's chat, correct? Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the third page of this document, if you don't mind. Can you look at that, please? You see at the bottom of the page, beginning right here where I've marked although, you see that on there? Third page, third line. It's a page right here. I think you're on the wrong page. Look on this line right here of the document.
Which page is it again?
I think it's the third page. On this particular document, it's the second page, I'm sorry.
Hey, Janine, how are you?
On this particular line where it begins, I'm a lover, not a fighter, who is the sender on that? Don't answer what it says at this time. Tell me who
I
the
think you
sender
just
is.
said what it said. That's the,
Exactly, Irene. Owens was bad
Conversation
for it.
right here on D3.
Okay.
Who is the sender?
Jay.
Okay, and the recipient?
Me.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to have D3 introduce the evidence.
I wasn't able to see.
Let us say, everybody talk about what we talked about.
Hold here too, Janine. Ugh. This is a trial about a young man that's missing but presumed unalived. He's a gay man. And they're saying the defendant's the one that did it. Not so far, not hardly any evidence pointing to him. Yeah, it's a crazy case. Just started today. Yeah, I heard that one too, Irene.
Objection from prior before as to hearsay, not deception.
I've got a question.
Where do you live, Janine?
When you're asking for the D3 in its entirety to be introduced,
I am.
we were talking earlier about offer for the truth of the matter asserted or not offer for the truth of the matter asserted. court was directed to
That's correct.
one particular.
Oh, that
item,
case
not-
interests me so much. Patricia Burns says, I've noticed that no one is talking about the new motive that has come out in the sheriff shooting the judge case. I've been working. I haven't even had a chance.
That's a case that I did want to pay attention to, but it seems like every day you and me are like, oh, wait, did you hear about Rochelle calls me in the morning and she's like, hey, I think I just found out it's a new case. So
Yeah, but no, but it's not happening yet. So
oh, that one, when does that one start? Because I wasn't sure. It's this
they
month,
didn't
isn't
say,
it?
no, they didn't say
No?
anything in that hearing. They didn't.
Oh, okay.
But Patricia, if you don't mind sharing what that new motive is, because I haven't heard it yet.
Mm-mm.
Janine says, I'm in Southwest Ohio, north of Cincinnati. Where did this one happen? Mississippi.
Oh, miss.
The young man that is missing but presumed unalived was an Ole Miss student. What?
No.
Where is this information? Oh, heavens of mercies above.
Heavens of mercies above. I haven't heard
What
that one.
what if, oh Lord, because he was so concerned about his daughter.
I'm looking it up. Not doubting it. I'm just that's insane. What's that what's that case again? The name? Ugh.
Sheriff Stein.
Thank you. And I always forget his name.
Oh my God. He was so concerned about his daughter. So say that motive is true. Say he does. Yeah, Mickey Steins. What if his daughter contracted it? Holy Christmas balls. Where did you hear that, Patricia? Oh, my mind just went. Because they've made so much about the daughter and the phone. No, we're talking about the judge that Sheriff Stein shot. Oh, wow, Janine, I haven't heard that either. I'm very interested in the Kentucky cases, Steins and Fields. All I heard about Steins was he was kicked out of his house right before he did. I am so interested in that case.
I'm not finding anything on it, damn it.
Hello, Jane, my friend.
Hi, Jane.
From Nate. From Nate.
That's crazy.
Actually, I wanted to do this the other day and I didn't do it. Wow, that just blew my mind. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Sorry.
Think I saw Vinny Palantino talk about it on Law and Crime.
Oh, okay. Let me look there. He always has good information.
No, Jeannie's talking about
Oh, a different one? Sorry.
no, she's talking about the same case, but that he was kicked out prior to doing it. Kicked out of his house.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Wow. This is my favorite stream late night. Yep. We're trying to finish up this trial, but Patricia just blew our mind. Just oh, that would say a lot. How would they find that information? How would they know that about somebody though?
Well, if when his autopsy and stuff, and then they do blood work, they would have found out.
No, but how would a streamer know that?
Oh, that I have no idea. That's crazy.
We'll get back to this
Not the
while we're
entirety.
That's correct, Your Honor. I will take all the pages out, but the page reference, we can redact before it's published, is all the other portions, all except for the conversation.
I will, without,
see, but that don't make sense.
I won't.
Irene, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I read that as well. Kicked out of the house, hence no uniform. But I thought it was his days off. I still think he off the judge because the judge gave the wife a protective order. But the wife has been sitting behind him the whole time.
Where did I put my vape?
The wife has been sitting behind Mickey the whole time.
How do I lose that?
I'm gonna mute you while you're looking.
No, I was gonna mute myself right now.
Like I said, guys, that case is going to be a wild one. I can't wait for that one. I don't care what trial I'm watching at all. Steins comes up, I'm on Steins because that is going. From day one when I heard it, I'm like, ooh, this is gonna be a good one. That's the only thing I like. But again, could she be one of these ones? Not getting her way, whatever, and then now she's standing behind him. Thanks, Patricia. Seriously, at Rochelle and Crime and Coffee Crew, get us back to reality checks before bed. Would any of us do any of that? No. Okay, sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, Jane.
Read in particularity.
She's been sitting there the whole
when it's all
time.
said and done, what portion of D3 you're asking to be introduced for me to make a determination whether it's awful for truth of the matter asserted or not. Show me.
Same here, Irene. I'm nosy.
Show me what portion of D3 you actually want to be.
Of the part, of the aspects marked in orange.
And somebody tell me which we decided who was the giver and who was the receiver.
Sender on the left, receiver on the right.
Oh no, Jane, I thought you were saying good night. We don't want you to leave.
No, never.
These people spend a lot of time at sidebar. I'm just going to try to get through sidebar. Like they spend a lot of time at sidebar. I think the judge likes to talk, likes to chit chat. Oh, side note. I went outside to smoke and someone was whistling Christmas songs.
Ugh, sorry. I'm like, ugh.
I did want to clarify something, Your Honor. For the part, I was thinking the middle part, I don't think that goes with the top
Well, the
part.
jury's out again.
Let me, maybe approach so I can show you.
What we got in discovery, Your Honor?
No.
Listen to her. No. Jane, what did you think of that nasty statement she made? We're all a crime organization. Don't get in an elevator then at Rochelle. Patricia, I just realized I'm a wench with a wrench.
I'm claustrophobic. I can't get in an elevator.
Yeah, I'd be interested in hearing your theories, Jane. Irene says, Jane, I did not expect Sarah to go so hard. That shocked me. It shouldn't have.
I expected it.
I expected a long run on blah, blah, blah. I did not expect that.
Well, yeah. Okay. I should rephrase that. I expected her to be long-winded and take up as much time as she could. I didn't expect her to say some of the things she said.
Mm-mm. One, she can't make money off her crime, so she's writing fiction. Good one. Yep. Jeannie, you're right. Sarah Boone, perpetual victim.
Mm-hmm.
Like the bashing of George, the bashing of George's family, the bashing of George's children, the bashing of George's ex-wife, which she did an interview and said the man never hit her.
And that's what pissed Sarah off. How dare you say something I'm not saying?
And she found religion so fast. All criminals find religion. It's just, oh, I hate that it's used as an scapegoat or to play mind games. 2, she exposed her disorganized mind, contradictory and redundant. Mm-hmm. Yep. The bashing of us. Yep. We're the true crime. Oh, what was it? We are the true crime. Oh, how did she say it? And I said, she forgot, and coffee. The family left before that, thank God. Or thank goodness. I didn't notice they left. No, they were still in there.
They were in there. I swear they were in there.
Yeah, because they were showing them.
They look, I thought I remember them looking really disgusted. Like, just, but
3, she attacked the judge before sentencing. I know that was freaking brilliant. She attacked the judge before sentencing, forced to go pro se, which of course she wasn't. Armand says they were they for the sentencing? They were there for the sentencing. Leah says, are we talking about the sheriff that shot the judge? The judge had HIV, probably got it from the daughter. Well, so rumor has it right now that the judge has HIV. We don't know for sure. But Steins was very upset for his daughter. So, wow, this getting even more interesting. Irene says they were in there. George's mom had her head down and his sister was rocking. Janine Poole says Peter Rogus, the cutie pie, was there and said they left for a short time. Oh, okay. So maybe they left? Because I swore they were there for some of her statements. I'm going to have to go back and see. Or, no, I don't have to. I'll just go watch the cutie pie. See what he says.
you're talking about my cutie pie.
No.
You're not talking about Peter?
Yeah, Peter, the lawyer, you know. Yeah.
All of a sudden, I'm calling him my cutie pie. He's so
Okay,
cute.
so they came back in. Oh, okay. Good thing about her insane SAT vocabulary list is that mom won't get it. Yep. Thanks, Janine, for that. Because I was said that I would wish that they had left and then came back. So maybe they left off camera, but they came back when it was time when Sarah was done talking. That would be great if they did that.
Are marked as to this particular
A
page. Where
thesaurus statement. Yeah.
Top of it starts with Khalidi and Sucker J, and at the top of it, it says, for purpose of the record, I like a nigga. Appears to be that, okay? So that's where we're starting as far as that particular, what it says right there. So as to going down to line 4, where it says Sucker 4J and Khalidi, that's Sucker J and that's Khalidi. We've already identified the fact that sender, recipient, Sucker 4J is J, and Khalidi is
No offense to his wife.
Yeah, Khalidi is you. What was said? What did Sucker J say to you in that conversation?
It says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM.
Okay. And
she's
that
such
was
a
the
good
extent of
spirit.
that
She's
particular
got
last
all
conversation.
people saying all kinds of things
What
about
was
her
said
husband.
next by Sucker J to you, to J to you?
During sex.
Okay. And what was said, continuation of that particular conversation, what else was said?
Where do you want me to stop?
Right now, the next line.
Okay. Jay says, LOL, I enjoy a little, looks like he wanted to say mutual aggression.
Okay. Mutual aggression. All right. The next line
Yeah.
is what? Who said what? From who to whom?
The next
line.
The next line would be, where are we at?
Right here.
Okay, that would be me to him.
Okay. And that you just sent something that's some
Could be like emojis, yeah.
Emojis, yeah. All right. And after that, Sucker Jay sent, what happened next?
I think
After
I
the
corrected
emoji.
his typo. I said mutual. Oh, wait. Sucker for Jay. He said mutual. I said correct.
All right, you say correct on the next line. All right, and then what did Sucker for Jay say to you?
Agree.
He says, ooh,
Jane,
you like
agree.
to choke and to be choked?
And your response was?
Heavy on it.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
What does that mean to me?
Yeah, heavy on it.
Heavy
Okay
on
with
it.
that?
Heavy on It is a music label that my favorite rapper started. She started her own record label, and it's called Heavy on It.
Okay. Okay, so that's what you said to him, heavy on that.
Yeah.
And then.
Not yet, Leah.
You said back to him, "Do you have any kinks?" LOL, right?
Correct.
And Circle for J to you, what was that response?
He says aggressive, and also he says aggressive, and he also likes to get put in his place.
Okay, let's go to the next
He smiled about that.
location. On this particular page. As to, what's marked right here, what did Jay Lee on page that start up at the top in this particular exhibit says, "Ooh, I'm sorry, I'd bring you some if I weren't." Pages aren't identified, so I have to identify it, but what's at the top of the page? Jay, at this location right here, I've identified to you. What did he say to you?
Right here.
Yes. Right.
Hey, tennis girl, how are you, my friend?
1429. I'm just going. We're in the second orange area, John. All three of them. I'm gonna get all. This is the part we're gonna identify. I'm getting to identify all the other conversations. Then we'll get to the part that we're going to.
Arguing in front of the jury, people.
I had a particular, I had a specific
Okay.
question.
I was just laying the predicate.
As to the two line,
Irene says, oh boy, was this a sexual affair engagement that went too far? Defendant was looking up next stuff. See, and it's just weird. One person says it says one thing, another person says it says another, and it hasn't come out yet. So, and then Armand says, when you take messages in isolation and without context, everyone looks like a deviant, right?
Oh yeah, please nobody ever look at my messages without knowing what I was talking about.
Yeah. Tennis Girl says, miss you, Rochelle. Wish I could type better on phone. That's okay, Tennis Girl. You're here. Miss you too. That's why you could pick anybody. You could, Mother Teresa could have had a darn cell phone, and you could have probably twisted her text messages up. Like, I think it's crazy. If you're letting text messages, you should be bringing in them all to show the context. Yes, at Irene, like Brett Kavanaugh at his hearing, OMG, I like beer. I liked it then. I still like it. Right?
there was two lines there that the court could not identify. They were together.
Right.
There was a spot between them as to whether or not who was the giver and who was the recipient. Generally, when they're all on one line, I
Shouldn't be doing this in front of the jury.
Right here.
Right. But that's the specific question I got there as to one particular line, who was the giver and who was the receiver, because it's not clear to the court.
Again, Judge, that's what this attorney wants to get to the nitty gritty. Who was the giver and who was the receiver? We could all be found guilty because of our Google searches. Anybody that watches true crime is our Google searches are out of this world. They would think we were like I don't even want to say. So, Jane, this trial is about a young man that's gone missing but presumed unalived. He was a gay man, which I don't really see why that should be a matter. But the prosecutors are saying the defendant did it and was on the down low, so he didn't want people to know he was gay and unalived him. The defense is saying that the victim was on a site called Jacked where he would meet randoms to hook up. There is no body. The body hasn't been found. And this was done in July 2022. The defendant was arrested 2 weeks after. They did 71 search warrants to find evidence. 71 search warrants.
In which apparently they didn't find any evidence.
As they say right now.
Yeah.
There's no proof of a date. No proof of a date. Jane, an Ole Miss student, is accused of deleting another student who is openly gay. Yep. Yep. Right? Armand says, I actually had a laptop completely defragged because of my Google searches. Yeah.
Did I miss
Oh,
something?
our Google searches mine would be off the wall. And then my pictures of all these random people that I don't even know in my
right.
because of thumbnails. Like honestly, somebody might think I'm a damn stalker.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say the same thing about me.
Oh, we'll get back to this. I hope that helped, Jane. So when gays use a dating app called Hookup, when others use Tinder, it's all fine. Right, Armand? I agree with you.
As to this conversation right here from Jay to you.
This is where we are.
Right here, top of the page, we talked about it earlier, right here. It says, sender is who?
It would be
It's Jack.
It would be funny to have someone go through my Google searches that doesn't know about me having a YouTube channel, doesn't know, just to get their impression of what they think. Ginny says, I know nothing, so reserving judgment, don't care about his personal business unless patterns and evidence arises. That's right. This is the first day of the trial, so we're all really on the same page. I don't care. Like, I don't understand why the defense attorney is so keen on getting all the nitty gritty into the weeds of what they like sexually. Like, I just don't get it. I got your back, Irene. You do research for me. There you go. Guys, if it ever comes down to it and you need someone, you say, Rochelle, Crime and Coffee Crew, we research for her. I got yous. I got the coffee crew.
I and to you, right?
Correct.
That's your records. Read that out and tell me whether or not what that says.
It says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked?
And you said heavy on that.
Correct.
Okay.
Nothing so far, Jane. Nothing so far. They haven't even introduced any evidence against him so
I'll
far.
show you right here what I'm talking about.
And this is the fourth witness.
That's that conversation.
All we know is he's gay and he was loving his life. He went to Ole Miss. He was going back to get his master's.
But he misidentified my understanding.
No body, tennis girl. JJ, if your Google looks like mine, Irene's, any true crime and coffee fan or crime and coffee crew, you ever have a question, just say, do research for Rochelle, crime and coffee. I got your backs, guys. That's all they got on this defendant. He looked up perhaps erotic asphyxiation. So far, but they haven't proven he looked it up. One saying he looked it up that said that, and another one saying something different. But they haven't even brought anything out about that as of yet, except for in the opening statement. That was it. That's like the Adelson copycat case. That woman is they're so stupid. She's Googling Donna. She's Googling Katie Megbanois. She's all this stuff. She could have easily said she was watching a YouTube channel. She was researching what they were talking about. What an idiot. Tennis girls, if I ever get arrested, I'm screwed. I have Google things like, does bleach high blood for luminol? And it works.
Sorry.
Got your back, tennis girl. You give him my name, I say, got your back on that one.
Yeah.
First time I heard of that, of course, I Googled it, right? Doesn't make me.
Exactly.
Yep.
I Google everything.
The thing is, she could have said that. She 100% could have said that. As worldwide as the Adelsons are, it would have been an easy out on that one.
But here's the problem that she may have had in trying to use that. If you look at any of our YouTube search or YouTube watches and stuff, you will see that that is what we watch. We watch a lot of true crime. We watch a lot of trials. We watch these cases. Therefore, if I say, well, I was watching a trial and I wanted to look it up, they can see that I was doing that. If the Adelsons aren't watching this stuff, they can't really use that excuse.
Yeah, but she was watching it too.
Oh, I missed that part in her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Irene says, Jane, right. I look up how I can get my ex's social security when he passes. I have no interest in deleting him or hurting him. I just want my back pay for the years I put up with him as all.
Yeah, I want mine for my ex too.
You're welcome, tennis girl. Leah, he said aggressive. And what did he say after that? And then who smiled? The witness smiled when he was saying that he liked aggressive things during their intimate time. Wish I had thought of that, Irene, before I divorced him. I know my son's dad, my ex-husband's social insurance number in my brain. Never forgot it. Jane, of course, I'm kind of kidding, but not about deleting him. I would never. I'm just gonna grab a drink, guys. Be
Okay.
right back.
Go ahead.
Where am I stopping?
Start right here down to, putting someone in their place.
Okay. So Jay says,
Okay, go ahead.
Jay says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked? I said, heavy on it. Then I messaged him back and I said, do you have any kinks? LOL. Jay says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and also get put in my place.
That's a conversation.
And
That's,
then-
the rest of it doesn't matter at this point.
Eh,
We're not addressing.
Did you see that face expression? He's like, excuse me, it doesn't matter.
What you recall is conversation that y'all had, and that's reflected in this record.
That's our conversation.
That's the
Witness.
conversation. Thank you.
He's a witness on the prosecution side.
I think I satisfied myself that who said what. That who said what, and I know, and I apologize for jumping so many hoops, but I can't be assuming things when it's open to interpretation. I will now hear your arguments on why this is.
So the young man in the witness stand is a witness. I hope tomorrow's a better day because there's just nothing as of right now.
Or is not hearsay. There's been an objection by the state as to that this is hearsay. I'm going to give the state an opportunity to explain to me why they believe that it is hearsay, and not give the defense an opportunity to say why they think it's not hearsay. All right, go ahead, state, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's a hearsay in the line where he says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and get put in my place, because there is no exception. It's not a statement of then and there personal being. He's just talking about what he likes. And the argument that it is not for the truth of the matter, then what's the purpose? Just to show the conversation, as they stated before, they're relating it back to its relevance. The content is the only thing that's relevant. So obviously you want to use that for the contention that it is true, that Jay is saying, I like to be aggressive. That is what you're using it for. There's no other purpose and there's no exception. So the argument that it is not hearsay bears belief, because if it's not for the truth that Jay likes this sort of thing, what's it for? To embarrass the victim? To shame him? Like, what is the real purpose? And Your Honor, they've never articulated that. They just argued it was relevant. A lot of things are relevant, but does it meet the standard of not being even offered for the truth? And if it is, what is the exception?
I'll listen to you.
First of all, like I stated earlier, it's not a factual assertion where we're trying to establish that Jay Lee choked anybody or that anything occurred between these two individuals. No, it's trying to establish that fact. All we're trying to establish is offer this, not for the truth of the matter asserted, that this conversation took place between the two. And it's been established already through these individuals that he said he didn't have any conversations with him about this sexual activity, things of that nature.
Oh, God. Tennis girl, what did you think of her statement she made? Oh, boy. I think about that a lot. How she kept his documents from him. My ex is in his 70s and not always clear-headed. Our kids know I have his stuff intact.
First of all, it rebuts his examination direct, and also is conditionally relevant based on the fact that they've established going to try to get into.
I know question court minor is relevant. You can move past that.
Right.
But relevant, you can be relevant and still be hearsay.
Right.
I moved out to my living room tonight because I wanted to be
Offered
comfortable.
not to prove that they acted anyway or the truth that anybody choked anybody, but only to lay the purpose of part of the foundation to establish that these individuals had these conversations about potentially sexual deviant activities between these individuals and other individuals, and what Jay Lee's preference was and what other people's preference was. There's other conversations in there consistent with that, but as to this individual, as to what they had conversations about, Your Honor, it's not a factual assert. We're not asserting any fact. We're not trying to establish any fact other than we're trying to say this conversation took place and they had these conversations about what they like as far as sexual preference.
Witness already testified that he had conversations like that, so why the details are hearsay, why would they need to be said?
We just testified he did or did not have conversations with this.
Exactly, JJ. Exactly.
That they had conversations of a sexual nature. He already earlier testified to that. First, he said they didn't, but then when he showed it to him, he said, "Oh yes, we did." But he didn't. What would be the purpose of, if you're trying to say that we're only introducing it to say that he did have those conversations? He said he had conversations where they talked about things that they liked. So why would you need to introduce the hearsay?
What does it matter?
We're going to take about a 5-minute break.
Oh.
My head and come back to the okay.
What does it matter? It's truly baffles me that if this was a woman and a man situation, they wouldn't be talking about all their intimate moments and how they do those intimate moments. Like this is, it's baffling me. Well, she blamed the judge, the county, the scoundrel, scoundrel detectives, and trashed the Torres family. So never ever. Also, we are like a crime organization with her blood on our monitors and keyboards. She forgot the coffee. And Tennis Girl, I was like, you should have heard me. I was like, oh, I was going off. Could not believe her. Let's get back to, I'll get us back in there. I just don't understand why it's got to be like this at all. Do this faster this way.
As substance evidence, I'm going to allow them to be questioned for impeachment purposes. All right. So D3 is not going to be introduced into evidence. I'm going to let you impeach.
Yep, monetize people's blood money from Sarah Boone. You're right, Janine.
I think that you're correct that he did say that we didn't talk explicitly about sex.
I just don't know whose blood it is because she's still breathing.
Preferences in men. But when confronted with extraneous evidence, he said, yes, we did have that conversation.
That's how it goes.
And this would be more evidence for
We will be
purposes.
Tennis Girl.
I'm going to allow him to. I'm going to allow him to impeach the witness about what his previous testimony was. I'm
Your
not gonna
chips
allow
are
any
malfunctioning.
evidence, but for impeachment purposes only. Y'all understand?
I don't
that?
think so. I think they're back out.
Since the only portion of D3 that I've reviewed for those purposes, that's what I want to limit it to at this time.
Other portions in here, Your Honor.
As to that particular issue,
As to the impeachment aspect, yes, Your Honor.
I'm talking about that as on impeachment on that particular question.
Yes, it's what not to have
I
other
know,
conversations,
that was a
but
good
what I
one.
planned on doing was based on what we've gone through and how long it's taken. Ask the question about other content. You remember other conversations?
If they are for purposes of impeachment, something prior inconsistent statement he's made in his testimony, I'll give you the opportunity. If they're not, I'm not going to let you do it. I'm fine with this hearsay, but it's for impeachment, this impeachment purpose, but not introduction into evidence.
I think we all should have a birthday week, JJ.
Not as substitute proof.
For anybody that just came in, JJ's birthday was today.
Do y'all need a minute with that, Mr. Creekmore?
I thought she did too, Jane. I thought she looked over and glared at him.
Is that going to relate to this witness, Mr. Creekmore?
It doesn't. It relates to the next witness, so I think we should go. It relates to the next witness.
And JJ says, mother's been in the hospital for a week when I was born, and those days were nice.
Today.
Your Honor,
Can we get through these cross-examination redirect? There's probably not going to be another witness today, so y'all have all night to get that going, okay? All right, show the jury back in.
Irene, I was thinking the same thing. I thought he would have had a speech for Sarah, but then just like that, I think he just wanted to be done. Don't put anything out there. Don't give her any opportunity to say, well, the judge was whatever. Just be done. I guarantee he went back to his chambers and had a stiff drink, thinking this was too many years dealing with this.
Thank you for your patience. I trust no one's having problem with the court's instructions. Anyway, call it to my attention if you do.
Right,
you may
Leo?
proceed with the question in light of the court's findings.
Mr. Fears, last time we were on the record, showed you this remarkable identification states defense exhibit 3, and pertaining to your previous testimony about you and Jay Lee didn't have conversations about sexual preferences, things of that nature. I'm going to hand you a portion of, and again, this is the exhibit, and these are the portions that I want you to be concentrating on, highlighted part. It won't be highlighted on the exhibit, okay?
Okay.
But if you would, on that particular page, reference to y'all's conversations, where starting on the line highlighted, I'll look at that line and agree with me whether or not y'all had these conversations between you and Jay Lee on June the 13th, Monday, June the 13th. And you identified these previously, right? This is y'all's conversation, right?
This is our conversation.
All right. You admit or deny, I assume you admit now that you have made these conversations. And would you read Sucker for Jay's Jay Lee, correct?
Correct.
And Liddy, that's you, right?
Correct.
So if you would start at the highlighted area, which is the same portion of D3, and state, first of all, what Sucker for Jay, which is Jay Lee, in that chat said to you, I feel like, anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So he says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM during sex.
What does that mean to you?
BDSM to me?
Okay, what's that? Do you have any idea what that means?
I don't know the actual definition.
All right, and what's the next response or the next, what Sucker Jay said after that?
He continues on to say, LOL, I enjoy a little mutual aggression.
All right, what occurred after that?
His poor mother.
Your Honor, I think that was a mistake of who was the sender and the receiver. I'm sorry to be insistent.
Just identify the conversations, go through the conversations, responding, and
You have a who is the sender, say that, and say this person responds to this. Okay. Just one line at a time, okay? Or
Okay.
one text at a time.
Where do you want me to start?
start back over at the top.
Okay. Jay says, I feel like you be into BDSM during sex.
All right, then what did he say?
Jay is still talking.
All right.
No, that's not correct.
Jay
Whether
is
we've
still
identified it outside the presence of the jury, that emoji,
talking about the emoji.
no, but that's part of the same.
Oh, this is what
What was said next between
Oh,
the
this is what I
conversation
hate about
between
text
you
messages.
and Sucker Jay Lee next?
It says, LOL, I enjoy a little mural aggression.
That's what you said to him, right?
No, that's what he says to me.
Okay, then what happened?
It looks like I sent him some emojis.
Okay,
And then Jay says, mutual, question mark. Oh, wait a minute.
all right. And then what happened? What did you say to him after that?
Just a second.
Just a second.
Your Honor, the approach.
It makes sense now.
I'm going, that's the reason I had this conversation, we had a pretty good argument about this.
See, he needed to read more of it to get the context.
Give me just a second, please.
Testimony has changed.
I hate
Just a second, because this format, y'all, it's a lot. Let me look over it.
I like the way he
Okay.
did that. He's like, no,
Take your
this is
time.
a lot. Let me look over this.
because the format's messed up.
Okay, so it looks like I said, LOL, I enjoy a little mutual aggression. That's what it looks like.
Okay, that's
And,
fine.
and Jay is correcting me saying mutual, and I said correct.
Then what? What'd Jay say then?
Jay says, ooh, you like to choke and be choked? I said heavy on it. I then reply, do you have any kinks, LOL?
Then what was said?
Jay says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive, and I also like to be put in my place.
Thank you. Now, I want to move you down to the conversation
Irene.
on the page
Yep.
that you've identified previously. The left side of the page is Jay Lee. I was going to identify the top. Yeah. Just screw at the top.
I've never seen so much talking about stuff in front of jury as these lawyers do.
I would ask you to allow you to identify.
Come.
Okay?
That's all. At the time, right here, June 13th, 14, 20. Forget which one that is. So if you would identify the conversations if you can. You've identified previously sender on the left side, recipient on the right side. Do you see that particular conversation that's highlighted
My bet is on this one.
in that conversation? No, just to highlight it.
Yeah.
He's good.
Oh, quit approaching.
It's been 2 minutes.
It's only been a minute. The sidebars in this are crazy.
No, just to highlight it.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
I'll draw the question this time, Your Honor. Reserve the right to offer at the appropriate time. There's, I wanted to ask you.
Their mics seem to have gone out at this point.
You testified earlier that the apps that you went to or that you didn't go to, or basically that you talked to the cops about, Jack and the other two, are those apps that you had on your phone? You had Jack on your phone?
I had 2 of the 3 that you.
2 of the 3 are actually on your phone. And did you ever share anything that you received from Jack or Grinder, I think, with Jay Lee or anything like that, or any information or anybody that you had met on Grinder and talked to Jay Lee about that individual, or set anybody up or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge,
Okay.
no.
And Mr. Fears, I want to make sure, in addition to what we pointed out, as far as conversations that you and Jay Lee had on, I believe that would have been, you identified Monday or May the 28th, 2022. You would agree with me, would you not, that I went through all these conversations or went through each one of these? It's going to be certain times that y'all had conversations about sexual activity, sexual preference, things like that, right? Some, not a whole lot, but some. Similar to what I pointed out just a few moments ago.
You said sexual activities and sexual preferences.
Preferences, things of that nature, conversation between you and Jay Lee, consistent with what we just talked about a few minutes ago. Correct? You don't believe so?
I said I'm confused.
All right. You first testified, I want to go through it again. You first testified that y'all didn't talk
Thank
about
you, Irene.
sexual preferences, didn't talk about partners, didn't talk about certain things, about meetings,
Said that we
how
didn't.
you hooked up, things of that nature.
I will, Leah.
Talked about whether or not you'd given that information to police officers on the 12th of June, 2022. And we pointed out that y'all had conversations about choking and things of that nature in that conversation. Would you agree with me, in all likelihood, if there is conversations consistent with what we discovered here on cross-examination?
That's not sexual preference, though.
Sexual preference, sexual conduct, sexual conversations about certain things.
Okay.
A lot of that, right?
You said a lot of it?
Yeah. Within your chat history, during the 4 months that y'all knew each other. Talked
How
about a
many
lot of
months?
sex, I guess.
We talked about a lot of sex? I don't think we did. I don't think we talked about a lot of sex.
4 months. I'll tell you.
Be you ready?
I don't think they have enough to convict this young man, but today's only day one. The prosecutor's opening statement was weak. And they haven't asked anything about how it connects this young man to this disappearance.
They've absolutely asked anything that is going to be useful to them.
Nothing. All these lawyers care to talk about is the sexual behaviors of these young men.
All right. Now, prior to coming in here, you reviewed an interview between yourself and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you had
This is a prosecutor here.
with, or the cross-examination you had with Mr. Horan about statements that were made to University Police Department.
Okay.
That was different times.
I had 2 different interviews.
So at first you were responding about that interview that you had just watched, correct, in review, to refresh your recollection.
Correct.
All right, because how long ago? That was back in the summer of 2022.
Correct.
All right. Now, did those law enforcement officers, whether they were University Police Department or Oxford Police Department, come find you to get information from you?
Both of them did. Both sets of officers.
Why did they do that? How did they even know you had information
I agree, Irene.
relevant to this case?
I'm the one who called them.
You called them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the information that you provided to them, they ended up, UPD as well as OPD, got information from you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it was the Oxford Police Department that actually recorded that interview with you.
Correct.
All right. So had you seen that interview prior to coming here today?
No.
Now, the information that you provided them about the conversation that you had with Jay Lee on Snapchat that morning of July 8th at 5:58, and then prior to that at 5:21, did you have to look at anything to refresh your recollection as to what was said?
No.
Now then, the conversations that you had with Jay Lee while y'all were friends, I believe.
Your Honor, first of all, I didn't go into the conversation conversation you had with Joey on cross-examination? That's what we argued about the whole time. Oh, you're talking about.
Oh my God, these people.
That's a good day anyway.
I was talking about Jason's express. Yes, sir. I believe your testimony was that you were y'all met in May, and then from May to July the 8th, y'all became closer and closer as friends.
We were building a friendship.
You explained that to the jury.
Yes.
During that time, did you have many conversations with him?
Yeah.
Through Snapchat,
Yeah.
iMessage, or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Did y'all meet on any of those apps?
Not at all.
Okay. And I think you were saying that you explained to law enforcement about the apps that were used by LGBTQ interested people in order to make connections.
Law enforcement came to me, both the UPD and OPD, and they knew absolutely nothing about how we communicate at all. So I had to explain to them.
Now, can you tell the jury whether, now looking back, thinking about conversations that you had with Jay Lee prior to July the 8th, whether y'all had any robust or significant conversations?
I knew who Boss Hog was
about how
too.
he uses social
Sorry, I
media?
should have highlighted that one because it was good.
About how he uses social media to make connections.
Yes, on his own.
We never had a conversation about him reaching out to people, no.
All right, and then out of, how long has it been since you've seen messages that you had with your friend Jay Lee in between May and July of 2022 and now?
How long has it been since I saw? I don't go back and look at the messages. It's been 2 years.
It's been 2 years.
Since y'all just showed me that text thread.
One conversation about sexual activity. You understand what I'm talking about?
Say it one more time.
When Mr. Horan asked you about a specific, I don't know, maybe 4 lines of conversation.
What does this have to do with murder?
Absolutely nothing.
Did you remember that? Did you remember that conversation?
Did I remember the conversation after reading it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But prior to being confronted with it, you didn't recall that?
Absolutely not.
This was 6 hours today, and all they talked about was
sex.
Yeah, that's it. 6 hours. From opening statements till the end of the day.
Yeah.
No evidence, no nothing.
I wanted to be more specific about when I asked you earlier about, do you recall whether you had significant conversations with Jay Lee about his using social media to make connections? Do you remember that question?
Did you just ask me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
On cross-examination, you were asked about whether you had conversations with Jay Lee. Actually, you were asked about 2 apps, Jacked and Grindr.
Correct.
And DLK, which you didn't know anything about. All right. Can you recall right now, tell the jury whether you and Jay Lee had any conversations about his use
I agree, Irene.
those 2 sites, Jacked and Grindr, in order to make hookups for himself?
We never had a conversation saying, hey, I use this app, or he never had a conversation with me saying, hey, I use these apps to hook up with people.
Okay. So the primary interest in that was you explaining to law enforcement what they were.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right, yes, witness be finally excused.
Yes, sir.
No, Your Honor. Just stay right there for just a minute.
Jean, you're right. First day appears to have been nothing but prejudice from where I sit.
That's all it was. That's all it's been. It's disgusting.
Let y'all be excused tonight. Don't let y'all line up, go eat somewhere here, not. Pretty good, I think, anyway. I had never been there. Y'all give me the report back tomorrow. I'm gonna instruct you once again. Don't discuss the case, don't matter what discuss the case with you. Don't press or form and continue. Don't investigate the case anyway. Anyone try to discuss the case with you, don't stop. Can't take the risk. Let me know. Y'all have a good evening.
I'll have to find it for tomorrow. I don't know why we missed it. Maybe it was during one of the times that the jury was out. But the defendant's lawyer had him read something that had the N word in it.
Yep.
He said the N word. Then the defendant's lawyer repeated the N word. Repeated it. Instead of saying the word, it was like he tried to wanted the guy to say the N word so he could say it. It blew my mind. But the thing about this, Jane, and I get that, but the thing about it is a black man that's missing. So it's
I think that we have to come to realization that there's no way to understand the way these old men think. These old, and when I say these old men, I'm talking about the ones that are talking in this courtroom. I'm not talking about like all white old men. I'm talking about these men right here at the moment. That's all I'm saying. It's confusing, and I don't think we'll ever understand why.
I don't understand why not one piece of evidence was brought out in a 6-hour trial day and not one piece of evidence. Every single lawyer, female lawyer, male lawyers, all they talked about was sex. That's it. The female lawyer opened up and said, oh, he's got a Google search about strangling. That's all she said.
Well, that's because that one's for about the defendant though, and so that would make it seem that is her case is saying basically that she was meeting up with this guy, but before like they actually met up, he was gurgling. He was Googling how long or how long will it take to strangle somebody? And
No, Jamie, you're misinterpreting. She didn't say that.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again because that's how I got.
No, all she said was he Googled strangling. Not how long it took to strangle someone. She said he was Googling strangling. Because who was it? I was watching it on Law and Crime, and I was going through the chat, and one of the chatters said, "Strangling what? What about strangling?" But no, she didn't even. They didn't even. Even if that was say that's what she was trying to get across. She didn't even put a witness on the stand.
I'm wondering if later they will have, well, they're going to have to have somebody come in and go over his Google searches. They have to tie it in somehow. Otherwise, none of it's going to make any sense to the jury. Like, why even bring that up if you're not going to bring somebody in to explain the Google searches, as we've seen many times before being done in other cases? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it won't make any sense to anybody if she doesn't have somebody come in and explain that.
Hey, Kimber. Framing a black man for a white man's crime is so Mississippi. Even I'd was black. Victim was black, in my opinion. I can't wrap, because usually in an opening, that's why when we watch the opening statement, I'm like, that's it. That's it. Usually in an opening statement, you basically got a blueprint of where the prosecutor's case is going to go. Like, I can go right back to her opening statement, and it was like not even, I don't even think it was 5 minutes. Yes, that Jane, this is a sport for them looking at the courtroom. I thought it's beautiful, but how many black citizens have been unjustly prosecuted in this room? Like, oh, it baffles me. See what I think a little bit more that they talk about.
We will start back at 9 in the morning.
9:00 tomorrow morning. See y'all in the morning. I know. Yeah, it looks like it. Like, there's just no. It's crazy. Armand says, "Poor guy, don't stand." Yep. He was the longest witness on the stand today.
Yeah, he is, and it's all about sex.
I can't connect the dots. He was a gay man. He's missing. We get it. It has nothing to do with his partners. Well, it could, but it doesn't have to do. It could be a partner. That's not what I mean. I mean, it has nothing to do with what he preferred to do with his partners. I hope you feel better soon, Kimber.
Hey, Kevin, let me try this. Mr. Fears, did you travel to Atlanta?
I did.
Was it subpoenaed by both parties or one?
Was not subpoenaed by.
What do you want to tell Mr. Fears?
Give him some contact information. I'll get him back. I can get him subpoenaed. I don't want him not to go home right now. He wants to go home.
Mr. Fears, let me ask you this. the defense may call you, and it could be sometime next week, before that, may or may not. I don't want you having to stick around here, but will you give me your assurance if we get some contact information and we call and give you some notice that you'll come back?
I would need pretty good bit of notice. I'd have to let my supervisors know, and I'd have to plan ahead to travel 5 hours back and forth.
Give me his contact information, what he's using right now. My staff not only will contact him plenty of time, pay him travel pursuant to the rules as well.
I don't know if is the court equipped to do like remote type testimony, like a closed circuit system?
We could do that if we had,
I would agree, Your Honor.
we'll do that. If we have to hear from you again, we'll set up a Zoom call or something with you, okay? That'd be better than you coming back from your work in Atlanta.
That'd be great.
But I want you to make sure all these people have. good
That's
contact
decent of them.
information on you so that we, if need be, I'm, to be honest with you, I'm sort of skeptical if need be will get here.
But I don't want to impose upon Mr. Spears. I know he had to travel a long way.
But given your contact information, we'll be back in touch with you. If we need you, we'll set you up on a Zoom call.
Okay.
All right. Anything else before we break for the evening? All right. I will, I'll be here before 9 in the morning. We'll have the jury here ready to kick off. I'll be here by, no later than 8:45.
I agree, Armand.
Encourage the attorneys to be here as well so that we can.
But unfortunately, it looks like they don't even have
Matter before the
circumstantial
jury
evidence.
Gets here, okay? All right, that being said, court be in recess until 9 in the morning.
9 a.m. That's 7 a.m. for me. Okay. So that's
10
7
a.m.
hours. 7 hours from now for me.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I need to get you
Hey, Mr. Spears,
for Mr. Fears.
I'm gonna sign the mileage for the current rate, not the 60
Nobody.
whatever current rate is anyway.
See, I don't think he's in custody.
I don't think so either. I was going to ask that, but I don't think he is.
Well, he must have learned, that lawyer must have learned from the Adelsons, turn your paperwork over, the cameras can read it. Like, he's got such a young face.
Yeah, he's
Because-
not in custody.
No, that's what I said. If he was in custody, he wouldn't be doing this.
No. I wish I could read lips.
I think it's Sheldon Timothy, but he goes by his middle name, somewhat like I do. So that's why they hyphened it, because it's his middle name. See, I think that's one of the lawyer's daughters, and I think kind of look like they had, or they know each other or something. No, there's a good chance, Leah. There's a good chance they had more. Oh, sorry, the witness. Oh, I believe so too. I believe the witness had more of a relationship with Jay Lee, but then again, that's nobody's business. Oh, I believe they did. It just baffles me how they wasted 6 hours of a day and didn't produce one thing of evidence. Okay, so we know this is over. I'm gonna go back to her opening. It's really short, so we might as well.
What Jay wanted him to do. But despite that, he invited Jay back over with the promise that he was going to do something he never done. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see how the police traced Jay to that apartment. You will see that when Jay gets there, he lets Timothy know he's there. But right before Jay gets to the apartment, when he's headed over, right before he gets there, mere minutes, Timothy searches how long does it take to strangle.
Sorry,
How long
Daniel.
does it take to strangle? That's like, so that's why, right there is why I'm saying, I think that they have to bring in the forensics on that, of how they extracted that information and anything else that he was looking up at that time. Because maybe he does watch true crime and he was just looking at something on a case. But
Or maybe
sexually.
listen, maybe the defense attorney was bringing this one thing up for a reason, because the victim was talking to his buddy about how he liked to be aggressive.
Yeah, that's true. And
So-
it could be a kinky thing like somebody else said.
So, if there was more of a relationship between the defendant and the victim, maybe the victim told the defendant what he would like to do to him. Maybe because he's so DL, he was not totally sure of everything. So
Right.
what do? You Google it.
Right. Sorry, I was laughing at Armand right there, his comment. I wasn't laughing at what you were saying.
Yeah. I have strangled my chair numerous times. But maybe, just
No,
maybe,
right.
he is curious about
Mhm.
being with a man, unsure about the world that the victim was in.
Mhm.
The victim told him what he would like to do. What do?
You look it up like we do.
Google it.
So I think that.
But the
No, go ahead.
thing is, it still does not put him in the thing. Like
But it possibly puts him, and just because we have to look at both angles here, right? It does put him as the last person to have seen Jay. He was right there. They had plans. He was right there at the apartment. He was there. They've already found that he was there.
No. They did 71 search warrants. They went through that young man's house twice.
No, sorry. When I say he was there, I'm not saying he was inside the apartment. I'm saying he was there, and the defendant was, not the defendant, sorry. Jay Lee was coming down. So he was there at the apartment is what I'm saying. So they had these plans to go do something. We don't know what they were going to do. They could have been going to a fucking Starbucks. We don't know. or at least Jay could have thought they were going to a Starbucks. I don't know. But they have him at least at that apartment. So that is the only thing, and that search. That's the only thing so far that I see tying them there. But to your point, yes, I could see how somebody being curious, like, okay, how you want to turn your camera off?
I'm going to.
Okay, I was just because I saw that I was like, do you, just in case you forgot. Anyways, so I could see how what you're saying though, because like all of us, if we don't know about something, we Google it. And so if he was just trying, it may I'll even say if he was experimenting, like just trying to see, as young people do, maybe let me just see what I don't know how to word that properly because I'm not trying to sound I'm do you know what I mean though? I'm not trying to come off a certain way. I'm just saying if he was trying to figure out maybe for himself, maybe he thought he might possibly be interested in that and he wanted to check it out for himself. So he was Googling it like you said.
Or he just wanted to see if it was going to be safe. What he needed to be aware of if you engaged in this type of activity.
Yes. So there you go. That's the better way of putting what I was trying to say.
But so we're going to finish her thing because it's not long, but she never brought up anything to any of the witnesses about him being in a car, him being there. And remember, his car was at his apartment, not at someone else's.
But that's why I'm saying, Rochelle, that she just said that they will show, the jury will see that he was at the apartment, like that he drove there and that they were in communication. And then he Google searched that, or he searched, I can't say he could have done it on Bing, but he searched that question. So I'm saying they're at least tying him to being at the apartment, and Jay's car didn't leave because maybe he got into the guy's car. But then it goes to, well, then when one of the search warrants been for the car, right? Wouldn't you think that at least one of the search warrants would have been for his car to check to make sure that there was no evidence of Jay being in it, or that there was evidence that Jay was in it?
71
search warrants. It's insane. So it's just like I said, it's all, I don't understand how they're going to tie this. I don't know how they're going to bring it home, so to speak.
Yeah. Because you would think usually when you have a trial like this, your law enforcement are usually your first witnesses. Your forensics are your first witnesses. That tells me their law enforcement and their forensics have diddly shit to go off of.
Right.
Jay never left that apartment on his own. Ladies and gentlemen, the detectives will tell you how they discovered Timothy was a suspect. They will tell you what he did the day after, the same day after.
The day after? The same day after? What is it, lady?
And they're going to tell you how we know that Jay is no longer alive. In preparing to speak to you all today, I was looking at some quotes and reading some things like I do, and I saw something and it said, "The rest is silence." Because I was thinking, what makes up a life? Jay's death is in silence. No more financial transactions. No more social media posts. No more contacts with his mother, not checking up on her, not on her birthday. No more contacts with his dogs. No more anything. The plans for grad school to move, the dreams. All proof that that Jay is no longer with us. In that proof, that is how you know that we must seek justice. And at the conclusion of the evidence, I'm going to come back before you. And I'm going to ask that you provide the only verdict that justice will demand. And it's going to be guilty. Thank you.
That's it.
Hey, Rochelle.
Yeah.
She said something that I caught this time where because we were kind of just talking about it, where she said that they're going to show that he didn't leave that apartment on his own. That would make it sound like the guy that the defendant did go up into that apartment. Something happened in that apartment, and then he came out of that apartment not on his own free will. That's the way it made it sound. Did you?
No, it does, but the defense attorney, well, we'll play his opening too.
Right. No, I'm saying it from listening to the defense attorney and his opening statement, what I'm saying is that is insane that she's going to say that and not, if she doesn't bring that proof, because 71 search warrants, and we'll see, but I'm saying that's just really a bold statement to make. If you had 71 search warrants, you should have found something, is what I'm saying.
This woman needs to learn how to do an opening statement.
Yeah, she does.
That was horrible. Horrible. 3 minutes and 9 seconds was her opening statement. Now we'll watch the defendant's one again.
Good on Jerry. Officer, back, I want to see if anybody out there just started the show would like to come in. I want to ask you, well, there's anybody coming and going only come, then we having breaks. But if there's anybody out there that wants to come in now or leave now, they can do so. And you wish to make a opening statement this time, Mr. Cobain? Well, go ahead and be getting warmed up anyway. Be tuning up, okay? I'll just see if there's anybody there. All right. Once you out, you out. Once you in, you in.
Time to see John.
Give me 1 minute. Go ahead. You done your...
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to tell each one of y'all, some of y'all sitting on this jury today, just one more answer to a question from the judge or counsel still being Hattiesburg family. One question will be easy for each one of y'all. At least some of them have answered the question a different way, and you wouldn't be in Mississippi. And I appreciate the fact that each one of y'all found your way to Austin for the citizens of the state of Mississippi and the people of Austin, and for the parties. I want to talk to you a little bit about the counsel opposite talked about as far as what they anticipate showing you in their case. First of all, I recall Streetmore using an old, what we call common law term of inductment. That is, treating somebody come over, or a child, normally it's in the case of children at a park or something, get a child. We don't have to take them anywhere else. Take with them at that point in time. Technically, heist is the kidnapping. Now, I notice that they didn't mention anything about the kidnapping aspect. They've got to prove that, Your Honor. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, they have got to prove that. That means that during the course of what they claim they're going to put into evidence, certain messages, conversations between Jay Lee and my client, They got to establish that happened. Because if that didn't happen, the rest of their case goes like a house of cards. You're gonna, assuming the court allows any of this messaging, social media evidence in, or you're gonna hear that approximately 2:03, 2:04 in the morning, Jay Lee reached out, assuming it comes in, evidence, to this Herrington. And I implore you to find anything in what they provided to us that supports the proposition that there was any threat or anything in those messages that my client threatened him in any way. And I don't doubt, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear evidence about how David's mother loved him. I'm not saying he was a bad person, certainly not. The court's going to instruct you at the conclusion of this case that you cannot allow sympathy or a mother come into play here. You consider what she says as evidence. But y'all have got to decide in this case on facts. And what you're going to hear is nothing about a threat in shape, form, or fashion from my client. And you're not going to hear that he searched anything about strangling anybody, that he gathered any information for that purpose. Now, I'm going to say this, tell by the board hour yesterday, these are touchy subjects for everybody to get involved in. It doesn't matter whether or not it's heterosexual conduct or otherwise. Talking about the creases of the night, the late hours, about two consenting adults, what they're doing late at night, it's just touchy. Hard to board iron, hard to talk to George about it. People that have never met before. But I say that because nothing against the young man, but there's going to be a lot of information I think you're going to hear about Mr. Lee's conduct prior to this night and the manner in which he conducted himself. I'm not passing judgment on the young man. Those are facts. You cannot abandon your sense of responsibility. That's what they're going to ask you to do. Worry about the facts. Worry about compassion. Worry about sympathy. Things that occurred in his life, it was not unusual for him to be going out in the middle of the night. I think evidence going to show. I didn't make these things up. It's going to be stuff that the state provided to us. Okay? The way it is. He did go over what I anticipate the state is going to present to you. And again, assuming that the judge allowed that evidence to come in, it go to my client's apartment. It's going to be their theory. But it was completely unannounced. No evidence otherwise.
Good night, Irene.
They provided unless they're going to give it
Good
to
night.
us during the course of this trial. It'll be the first time I've heard it. You're not going to hear anything during the course of their conversations about any argument. In fact, again, I keep saying it, assuming the state.
I think.
Jay Lee makes a comment.
Do you want to answer that one?
He sends.
Hold on.
Okay.
This goes back.
Answer which one?
So I think that Leah asked, how did they find a defendant if nobody knew that Jay Lee was meeting up with him? Anybody know?
We don't know.
And I'm curious, like, because if they were using Grinder or if they were using one of the other apps, is there, I don't know if on Grinder, because I don't know that app. I know about the app. I don't know the app though. So I don't know if Grinder would release that kind of information. So if they did a search on Jay Lee's phone, if his phone was there, I have no idea. And they were finding that he was talking to this guy, and that's how they found him. But other than that, I have no freaking clue.
Yeah, we won't know. Okay, Irene is still here. It's JJ that's leaving. Good night, JJ.
Oh, night, JJ.
Right. So
Sorry, Irene.
I'm gonna, before we finish this, I'm gonna read this to you guys because I promised I would, but if people are gonna leave, then I want them to hear it. So we all know what this is. We all know. It says, "Good Sunday morning. It was nice to hear back from you. Glad to hear your son enjoys those holiday treats you make for him. I love to cook for all the holidays. I make a delicious crab meat, shrimp, and corn chowder. But I also make chicken soup with matzo balls for the cooler weather. Not that we get much cooler weather in Miami. My grandchildren like my chocolatey Claire cake, which they help me make. They also like my sweet salmon dish with a side of rice. My youngest grandson insists I make pistachio cake for his birthday, which he cuts and brings pieces to his teacher and school friends. Needless to say, that always makes me feel good. I have another inmate who I started tutoring this week in algebra. She is studying for her GED, so I'm happy to help her. I don't think she realizes that it helps me to keep my mind active as much as it helps her. She tries to pay me with cookies for tutoring, but I never take it. I want her to know that my payment will be her passing the course. I do really miss the years that I spent teaching. It was a very satisfying part in my life. All classes here were canceled for 2 weeks, and I'm looking forward to the final 2 weeks of classes, which begin on Tuesday. I take an art class with a very kind and dedicated teacher. We've done a lot of pencil drawings and watercolor painting so far. We'll be starting landscape oil painting this coming week. She plays soft jazz while we paint. It's the only time I feel relaxed in this environment. I hope to continue to take the classes again in January. My husband has been able to spend the Thanksgiving holiday with family, which I thought would be really good for him. But he doesn't feel like it's much of a holiday without me by his side. We are both very fortunate to have had over 5 decades of a very happy marriage together. It's just so sad for us to be separated in what should be our golden years over something like this. We just have to hope that a jury can see the nonsensical story the state wants to sell them and send me home to my family. I feel as though I've been punished for almost 13 months now for something I had no part in. It's time to let me go home. I've been told that the weather here in Tallahassee has gotten cold, but for the woman in my pod, it doesn't mean anything since we rarely get outside. I hope it's not cold where you are. Thank you again for writing me. D.
I have words on that, but I'm not going to do it right now.
So when I said earlier about Sarah Boone and how helpful she is and all that, so when I heard that, I started laughing because I had read this.
Oh, yeah, tutoring people in algebra is always such a helpful thing that you could never be yeah, you could never do such a thing.
And how Sarah's so good at her art. And I'm
Yeah.
right. And
John
I'm
Wayne
just-
Gacy was good at art.
I was really shocked though. There was nothing about banana bread. I was so heartbroken. Yeah, right. Nonsensical story. Mm-hmm. Slowly but surely, Irene, I'm gonna get her there. Slowly but surely. Nonsensical story. Every time I'm like, is there an alternate universe that these people live in and they see everything that's going on, but there's like this alternate universe? I can't even. Sarah wore white tights or hose because her legs weren't white enough. Don't be heartbroken, Michelle. Banana bread was a Wendy made up story.
Okay.
Yep. I laugh because I wanted to say banana bread so I can say, oh my God.
Can I get the recipe?
I had my grandmother's recipe and ended up losing it. Donna, what is your recipe?
That would be. Can you get that recipe for us? I'm curious.
She doesn't make, I don't want to just come out and say banana bread because she would know.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yep, you can't. Damn. Ugh. You could ask her what other things she's really good at making.
Leah says, sorry, was using the mic and it picked up on your reading the letter. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Leah. Jane, those legs, my youngest daughter is pale like a Victorian chill too. Irene says Donna is delusional. 100% delusional. 100%. This is my dream, guys. When Donna gets convicted, she gets sent to a prison and she becomes Sarah Boone's cellmate. That would be bloody hilarious. That would be if Dan Markel gets any form of justice. That would be some bit of justice right there. Could you imagine? Oh God, that'd be so funny. I would have to keep rating her just to find out about her selling. Oh. Irene says Donna's recipes might contain arsenic, hydrangeas, and other potential poisons. Leah says, when you were reading that, I said into the microphone that it sounds like Dawn is having a effing holiday, taking art class, etc., and the mic picked up. Oh, we don't hear it, Leah.
Mm-mm.
What you were reading when you were reading her letter. Oh, yeah, we don't hear what you were saying, Leah. Oh, I'll read it again for you, Jane. I'll read it again for you. So it says, good Sunday morning. It was nice to hear back from you. Glad to hear your son enjoys those holiday treats you make for him. I love to cook for all the holidays. I make a delicious crab meat, shrimp, and corn chowder, but I also make chicken soup with matzo balls for the cooler weather. Not that we get much cool weather in Miami. My grandchildren like my chocolatey Claire cake. which they help me make. They also like my sweet salmon dish with a side of rice. My youngest grandson insists I make a pistachio cake for his birthday, which he cuts and brings pieces to his teacher and school friends. Needless to say, that always makes me feel good. I'm impressed. Oh, sorry. I have another inmate who I started tutoring this week in algebra. She is studying for her GED, so I'm happy to help her. I don't think she realizes that it helps me to keep my mind active as much as it helps her. She tries to pay me with cookies for the tutoring, but I never take it. I want her to know that my payment will be her passing the course. I really do miss the years that I spent teaching. It was a very satisfying part in my life. All classes here were canceled for 2 weeks, and I'm looking forward to the final 2 weeks of classes, which begin on Tuesday. I take an art class with a very kind and dedicated teacher. We've done a lot of pencil drawing and watercolor painting so far. We'll be starting landscape oil painting this coming week. She plays soft jazz while we paint. It's the only time I feel relaxed in this environment. I hope to continue to take the classes again in January. My husband has been able to spend the Thanksgiving holiday with family, which I thought would be really good for him. But he doesn't feel like it's much of a holiday without me by his side. We are both very fortunate to have had over 5 decades of a very happy marriage together. It's just so sad for us to be separated in what should be our golden years over something like this. We just have to hope that the jury can see the nonsensical story the state wants to sell them, and send me home to my family. I feel as though I've been punished for almost 13 months now for something I had no part in. It's time to let me go home. I've been told the Tallahassee weather has gotten cold, but for the women in my pod, it doesn't mean anything since we rarely get outside. I hope it's not cold where you are. Thank you again for writing me, D. I was like, Leah says, when you mentioned earlier that you had a letter to read us, I thought it was maybe a letter that is from DH. Well, who's DH?
DA. Who's DA?
Oh, you yelled that.
I don't know why. I'm sorry.
I think she means DA, not DH. Because I don't know who DH is. And the jailhouse glam, she thought she was rocking it. I low key got worried. Got another email from an ex-moderator. Oh, okay, that's who DH is. Got it. This was better. A letter from dear old Donna. Yeah. Thank you very much, Rochelle. Damn, the rest of us have to pay for stuff like art classes. Right? Yeah. Yeah. I got who DH was now. No, haven't heard anything from her. Not a reply back, nothing. Which is fine by me. No, so that what also made me laugh about the Sarah Boone thing was that woman that is Sarah Boone's pen pal becomes a character witness. And I was thinking in my head, there's no damn way. If I was asked to be a character witness, there would be 2 things. One, I'd say yeah. And then when I was the character witness, I said, This dumb bitch thought she was going to manipulate me and call her out on her bullshit. Or two, just say, I didn't get the message. She was, Jane. That pen pal character witness was absolutely. How? How can you speak so highly of someone's character that you've never spoke to face? You don't know, you've never been around friends of theirs, family members, nothing. All you're doing is looking at a screen just like me. Just a screen. Anybody can write anything. Like, how does that make a character witness? Oh, that pen pal Sarah Boone was sad, lonely, and misguided, in my opinion. Like, I get it. She's got health issues. I am so sorry about her health issues. But she's got more than health issues that she needs to work on. She needs to speak to somebody. Because you can write Sarah Boone, you can write DA, whatever. You don't know the person. Now, I know DA is manipulating. I know there's things she's saying in there. I get it. In all of her letters. Leah, no, she's not. Because I was giving the opportunity to apologize. But probably will not ever be back. And that's her prerogative. But you just don't write stuff like that. That's just wrong in so many ways. But we'll finish off this because it is getting late.
And I got to be up in a couple hours.
Yeah. Here we go.
Bad, it's not going to be good. I'm going to read that. Again, assuming it gets that far. Now, let's talk a little bit about what the state's required to prove and what I don't think their evidence is going to show. Proof of the death. First of all. Proof of any death whatsoever. 0. DNA evidence, blood, urine, trace evidence whatsoever. What counsel opposite told you that we don't have a body, not only do they not have a body, ladies and gentlemen, they don't have one scintilla. That means anything in legal terms. First of all, that a death occurred in Lafayette County if it did occur. Second of all, any trace evidence in his apartment, their own proof that they say they're going to put on, went over there twice, apparently engaged in sexual activity on 2 separate occasions, according to their proof. 0. I'm not saying speculatively, it is their proof that a crime was ever committed inside our client's apartment, or in the parking lot, or in his car, or in JD's car. Nowhere. I remember yesterday in council, Mr. Creekmore, I've known a long time, he said, ladies and gentlemen, we think we're going to have a gamut of opportunities to find Mr. Herrington guilty of murder, manslaughter. What they're expecting you to do is allow them to throw something up against the wall, hope it sticks, and you decide, hey, that's the proof you're going to hear. Objection. Ladies and gentlemen, You are not going to hear anything that supports a finding of a killing or a death. Period. You're going to hear some conversations between two young guys. Like I told y'all yesterday, I got 7 kids. These kids nowadays send stuff back and forth to each other. That's what happened here. You're not going to find anything supporting whatsoever that inside his apartment anything untoward occurred. And finally, and probably most important, I want you to listen to a lot of the things during the course of this investigation that didn't occur. I'm going to say it now, I'm going to repeat myself. 22,000 documents we've had provided and discovered, 7 law enforcement agencies, 71 search warrants, 71. And if I'm going to be honest with you, during the course of this presentation, when Miss Lee came up here and came to the University Police Department, they covered their whole department. Everybody got involved in this investigation. Our police department then got involved in it. They inquired with the FBI, Grenada County Sheriff's Department. 71 search warrants. And they haven't recovered not one bit of direct evidence to support this case. And I challenge the prosecution and the Austin Police Department, Ryan Baker, nice fellow, Shane Portman, nice fellow, challenge them to say we have a one bit of direct evidence. You can't go on conjecture, you can't go on speculation, you can't go on suspicion. Guesswork, wonderment, all those things you can't do. It's got to be factual. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation or this search that she made reference to about strangling, we don't have any idea what the context of that may have been about. And they're not going to be establishing context. That could have been something that my client was talking about, some sexual activity with a lady or even Jay Lee. Who knows? Someone else. Or not else. You're not going to find that he ever acted any evidence in that apartment. He acted in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that at the conclusion of this case, you're going to have just as many questions then as you do right now about whether or not they proven the debt. You will not be, and I submit to you, you will not be satisfied if they establish that. Only the verdict that you can return is going to be not guilty, not the manslaughter, not the second degree, not the murder, certainly not the capital murder, or any of them. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, before we call first.
And that is it. 71 search warrants, and
According to the defense, nothing. That's crazy.
if there was something, they would have. I have not watched a trial ever that it's not the police, the investigators, forensics, even cell phone people like Corbett. They're always first. Then they start bringing in, like, say, a Jeffrey or a Wendy, just to get emails in or chats in or things like this, to back up what the police and the investigators and all them are saying. They spent 6 hours today talking about nothing but sex. So if they have 71 search warrants, you would think you would have at least one thing, and that would be what you go at.
So I could understand the mother testifying this morning or today or yesterday now, whatever. But for them, the rest, the friends and the person from the school, they could have testified later. Um, but I would have expected, as you were saying, of the actual like detectives, the police, the forensics, for any, cyber, anything that to come in and try to show something.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. They come first, they put out their evidence. They put out what they have. They do all this. Then I could have seen the mom being the last.
That would have been more impactful.
Right? Throw out all this evidence about you know where he was and the connection to the defendant, things like that. Then you throw the mom in, and the mom is saying on her birthday.
Right. Yeah.
It would back up the fact that he was missing at a certain time, and the police or the investigators or the forensics, whatever, have him at this location.
I could see if the defense is trying to like lay out all the friends and family, and I'm not saying I agree with it, and they're thinking that let's hit them at the end with the evidence, so it's like a boom. And yeah, I just don't see a boom coming.
But here's the problem with that. What I see is the problem with that is, if they're your last people, then who's the last person the defense is speaking to?
That is very true.
What's going to be fresh in their mind? The defense tearing those people apart.
Yeah, I mean, the prosecution has their rebuttal, or their cross-examination, sorry. But you're right. I'm agreeing. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying I could see where they might be thinking that that's a good strategy. I don't agree with that strategy. I'm trying to think of what what the prosecution team is thinking, because it seems like they're not laying this out very well.
Yeah, Irene says maybe the mom testified day one so she could sit on the trial. Otherwise, she would have been able to be present.
No, because she could be present because of the fact that she is the victim's mother, and she's not involved in the case.
Yeah, she has no direct evidence towards it, except for her son didn't call her that day. But I see what you're saying. But the judge did say she's allowed to stay in the.
Mm-hmm.
I just never have. Has anybody else ever seen a case where the forensics and all the dry stuff, like cell phone pinging and like all that boring stuff, psychiatrists and this and that, they always go first? Like Wendy Adelson and Jeffrey, was it day 2, day 3?
Yeah, I'm trying to run through cases to see if I've seen this tactic play out before, and I just don't see it. So
no,
that's why I'm saying I agree with you. I'm trying to get in their brain and think of what the hell they think their strategy is here.
Like, I think them spending majority of the day talking about their sexual behaviors. These jurors are going to go home and go, what the hell did we even listen to today?
Leah said, was there, or there was no or asked, is there no investigation?
Well, there was, because they did 71 search warrants. But what did they do? Why would they? So, okay, your cell phone, a search warrant for your cell phone, maybe a laptop. Maybe if you have a tablet. So that's 3 search warrants. Your car is going to be a search warrant. Your house is going to be, so you've got 5 search warrants there. But again, all the 3 could have been all your electronics, so it could only be 1 search warrant. That's only 5. So then I guess if they put a search warrant, they would have to have a search warrant for Jay Lee's housing, because he was on school property, and his car. So at the most, that's 7 search warrants.
Well, did you say the defendant's car also?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So that's a 71. And Leah, no, you've never? I just think you put out your professionals, your expert witnesses. I don't know. It just seems so weird to me. It really rings to me that they're not wanting to put them up there because they know they're going to get shredded. That's what rings to me. I'm not saying the kid did it or didn't do it, because I don't know. It just doesn't seem right at this moment.
Oh, man. Sorry.
So, I don't know.
It's 1 o'clock.
But everyone, it's 3 o'clock here in the morning. I have to get up early. So I am going to say goodnight. We will be doing this day 2 tomorrow morning.
Do you have it set up yet?
I will be as soon as I get off.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
And so I will, if I might be here if it's a bad storm, or I will be in chat with you all and Jamie will run the stream for me. But
all right.
So thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining for this crazy case. And to all the people watching, but not, come on, jump in chat. Join us tomorrow. Jump in chat. We are a friendly group.
Yes.
So,
and all opinions are welcome.
Absolutely. So thank you very much, Jamie.
No, thank you.
Thank you all, Coffee Crew, for being here. I appreciate every single one of yous. Couldn't do it without yous.
Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night. Sweet dreams. Hopefully see you tomorrow.